Mic test 1 2 3. Mic test.
apologize us. Do we need the helmet covers? Do we need the
A very good morning and welcome to Day 2, Game 2 of the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Stars Series. Aaron Bush with you live from Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. It is the Hong Kong Islanders up against the New Territory Tigers in the Under-16s format. News from the middle. The team in orange playing first today have won the toss and elected to bat. The team in green will head out to the field now. There is the Hong Kong Islanders. We'll run through the sides today. The captain, Krish Bhutani. Abuzar Ali Muhammad. Nathava Bish Avir Thacker. Yuan Tan, player of the match in game 1. Fawad Asad Khan, James Caldwell, Otis Lee, Pranch Kalatia, Rayan Shakil, Viraj Rao will be the wicketkeeper again. Zayn Amini and James Walker rounding out the 11, or the 13 in the All-Stars format. Umpire John Prakash heading out to the middle will be doing the officiating all day today. The man in blue just there, left of screen. As the New Territories Tigers batters head out to the middle. It looks like Max Cornell has got the duties to open. He'll be joined by Pratham Maru, the captain today. For the team in orange, the New Territories Tigers, Will Walsh will be the captain and wicketkeeper. Also rounding, let's go through the 13. Arnav Gudimella, Keshav Mata, Luke Bratton, Mohammad Shawaj Sadiq, Nirav Nandwani, we saw his brother play on Monday, Pasan Nimsara, Tilakanakia, Ramia Singal, Seth Pereira, Washif Jahanga and Zoyan Sheikh rounding out the playing 13 for the New Territory Tigers today in Game 2 of the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Star Series. The school bell has just rung for 9 a.m. The players out in the middle. Pratham Maru will be on strike. Max Cornell at the non-striker's end. Branch Galatia opened the bowling from the Argyle Street end for the Hong Kong Islanders today. Viraj Rao, you can see on screen, number 17, the wicketkeeper for the Islanders. In first slip, Yuan Tan. Here we go, first delivery. And it's gone straight through the gate. First delivery. First wicket falls for the Tigers. Pratham Maru out for a golden duck as Kalatia strikes immediately. I'm not sure how that one got through the gate, but there was a pretty big gap between bat and pad. Inside edge to touch as well, gone in and rattled, castled. Arnav Gudimella coming out to the crease at number 3 very early on to join Max Cornell. Still 5 balls left to the first. Two slips in place. Otis Lee sitting in. Second slip. And a gully as well. Talatia. And that one shapes away too much, and it's going to be extra runs. It's going to be wides +4. So after losing a wicket on the first ball, some good runs. Another one onto the pads. Lots of appealing. No movement there from umpire John. Max Cornell will get his first look with the bat today. Back to just the one slip for the right-handers. Just watchable from Max to start with. Zainamini, who's going to bowl over 2 from the Victoria Harbour end, thought the over was over, came in from deep third, took the cap off, been told, back you go, still got 1 ball left. Shoulders, arms to finish off with a successful over. A single, wide +4 and a wicket coming in the first. New Territories Tigers 6 for 1. Zainamini to bowl over number 2 as he did in game 1 against the Kowloon Lions. In broadcast we've nicknamed him Mini Whack after Wakas Bakat. He's got the same, he's got a similar style of hair, and he's got the zinc on the face as well, so he's known as Mini Whack. So if I talk about Mini Whack, you'll know that it's Zainamini. One slip in place, Ewan Tan. Goody Malla thinking about putting the bat there and then wisely removes it. Strain down the leg, another extra in the books. If like me, you've been tuning into both games. The under-13s Caravel Foundation All-Stars going on at PKVR Reservoir. These teams have been doing well, getting their opening batting up to the 40 overs. Be a job today for the Tigers to try to bat out their full 50. Losing an early wicket, I'll need to make sure they form a nice partnership, survive the power play. It was where the Kowloon Lions failed on Monday. Put on good runs and a good run rate, but were bowled out for 140. And still 16 plus overs remaining, and that was the downfall in the end. Of course, a beautiful half century from Ewan Tan to be player of the match. That's him there, sitting in first slip. Oh, that's a very good delivery. Very good delivery. Got all the way through onto the off stump. What a perfect start for Mini Whack as he gets the second wicket. Goody Miller departs. He's out for a duck as well. New Territories Tigers now 7 for 2. Using the round the wicket action from Amine. Clattering into that off stump. That's going to bring the captain to the crease very early on for the New Territories Tigers, Will Walsh. Not in Nepal, touring with the under-19 side, so he's taken the reins of the New Territories Tigers. And he's been in some great Saturday and Sunday form with the bat, and he's going to have to be here today. Just realised that for the under-16s, all three captains are from Kowloon Cricket Club. Rishi Bhutani for the Lions. Chris Bhutani there on screen, captain of the Hong Kong Islanders, and the captain for the New Territories Tigers taking guard is Will Walsh. Early wickets here for the Islanders, looking to go back-to-back in their first two games. Yeah, getting good movement again into the body this time, but Will navigates it nicely. That's the first runs off the bat for the Tigers. Lots of extras in there, but so far, just the one off the bat for Will Walsh as Max Cornell back on strike. I'm going by memory, and I could be wrong, but I think Max was on a under-19s tour as well, not too long ago. So two accomplished batters out there in the middle. And the job to do for the New Territories Tigers. Full, driven nicely, but straight to Otis Lee at mid-off. Right, that's going to be the end of the over. Another successful one for the Islanders. See if we can have a look at that delivery from Mini Whack. Here we go. None of Goody Miller getting one around the corner, round the wicket. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. He had the bat in place to protect that off stump, and it right tucked next to his pads. managed to zip around all of them and then cut in onto that off stump. What a beautiful delivery. Kalatia to continue from the Argyle Street end. Every over so far generating a wicket. Swing and bottom edge. Be another run. A little fluky. Runs backward of square this time. Work to do for Otis coming around from fine leg and showing off that arm, which he was showing off with the Hong Kong sixes as he was running around picking up the sixes over the boundary and yeeting it back into the bowlers. So they'll know it'll be risky to push on that arm, but it was a good couple there. Again, good angle in. Ball's seeming like it's starting 2 or 3 stumps outside off and then swinging back in onto middle. One push to cover and the attacker there. Banner of survival at the moment for the Tigers. Pushes that one to mid-on. That was Ali Muhammad. Makes it a dot. So end of the over. No wickets falling, at least for the Tigers. After 3, they're 11 for 2. Early call of yes then no. Dava Bisht onto it quickly at extra cover. Run around the field for the Islanders. See where everyone's set up for Amini. 2 outside the circle. Deep third is Abuzar Ali, and at fine leg, Pranch Kalatia, the other bowler. Slip of Yuan Tan, James Caldwell at gully. Fawad Asad Khan at backward point. Bisht at cover. He's already been in the action. Otis Lee mid-off. Krish Bhutani mid-on. Avir Thacker at mid-wicket. That should round out everybody that's out there, I think. So no square leg. So they've got a wide. That fine leg of Kalatia is backward of square on the 45. And then Avir Thacker, quite a straight mid-wicket, so massive gap on that leg side. Zane needing to bowl his good lines, and so far he has. Wrapped onto the pads and gets another one. That's a massive wicket with the captain for the Tigers. Out for 2. They lose their third on 11. Zane has 2. Hit in front. Maybe a question of whether it was sliding down leg, but the finger went up. That's the end of Will Walsh. Who we got coming out at number 5 very early on here? Looks like Nirav Nandwani, his brother, playing on Monday for the Kowloon Lions. He's in the Tigers setup. One KCC player replaced by another. Max Cornell still out there, and he's lost 3 partners already. Troubling times for the Tigers at the moment. Not for this Hong Kong Islanders outfit, though. After a big 4-wicket win on Monday. I think it was 4, might have been 5. Now, got the Tigers in all sorts of strife. Mini whack with 2 wickets. But both the Nandwani brothers, Nirav and Nirvan, have been in really good touch, playing right up to under 17s, maybe even in some under 19s games. Said it before, say it again. Job to do for the 2 out in the middle for the Tigers. At this rate, it's going to be a very early day. After the rest day yesterday for the Under-16s Caravel Foundation All-Stars Series, we're going to play straight through until next Monday. Tomorrow the Lions will take on the Tigers, then we'll rotate back. Everyone playing each other twice. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the final on Monday. Oh, full toss, but it's popped up in the air. That is very lucky. It didn't carry to Krish Bhutani. Lucky. Could have easily been dispatched for 4 as well, so everyone a bit lucky there. And they've brought deep third. Abazar Ali up into a slip position. Put more pressure on Nandwani. 2 slips and a gully and a backward point. He's that well alone and it swings well away. Extra's the only thing making the Tigers' score sheet look okay at the moment. And that's a good line. There's that run into a vacant leg side. It's bat on ball, rotates, gets the single in the books, finishes off the over. Yet another successful one for the Hong Kong Islanders. After 4, New Territories Tigers 13 for 1. French Galathea to continue from the Argyle Street end. And Wani finds runs on that leg side. That's timed beautifully. Work to do for Avia. He does as well. That's forward. Assad, I should say, at mid-wicket this side. They switch on me. So Avia's over at extra cover now. Max Cornell, oh no, it's Nadwani on strike, still got the fine leg deep third. This one goes straight to forward. So Zane down at deep third, Otis Lee at fine leg. Up as Ali at mid-on, Krish Bhutani running proceedings from mid-off. Nice straight bat and very early call of no. Inside edge this time. Perhaps benefiting from playing in the first game. Bowling from the Islanders' two opening quicks. Galathea and Amini has been much better. Four dots I should say after the two. One ball remaining in the over. In the air and a brilliant diving catch from James Cordwell in the gully region, gets the fourth wicket. The wickets continue to tumble for the New Territories Tigers. Nadwani out for 3. Tigers lose their 4th on 15. This was a brilliant diving effort. I was watching out there, and I think it's Big James doing the diving, and did a fine effort. James Caldwell. That was a brilliant catch. Big leading edge to finish off the 5th. Tigers 15 for 4. Who have they sent out now? Max Cornell. Just wants somebody to stick around with him out in the middle. Zoyan Sheikh is the man coming out at number 6 for the lads in orange. He'll be at the non-strikers end. Max on strike on 2. You have to say that's some brilliant field placing as well by the captain, Krish Bhutani. And Caldwell just waiting in that gully position. Big, tall young man diving forward. Takes a brilliant catch. Zane to continue. Mark shoulders, arms, as it just stays inside the trams. Going back to the pressure and putting 2 slips in place here. Ewan Tan. Abazar Ali, then Caldwell at Gully. Staying a little low. Max is the man playing a 50-over innings here when others are falling around him. Pumped up team in green, looking for more wickets. We can get Max, that's going to be a massive wicket. The opening batter, still out there surviving, grinding. Not looking to take the bye as it ricochets between keeper and first slip. Could be on track here for the first maiden of the day from Zane. Oh, I think he's got a bit of an edge on that one. It's going to ruin the maiden. Did. It stayed along the ground, so it wasn't a chance. It's a single to finish off. Cornell will retain strike. 16 for 4 after 6. Klatia to continue. Very watchful from Max. Guided along the ground, a backward point. Want to make a change here. Zane's coming in from deep third. He's going into a wideish second slip there. Pushes it onto the leg side. Abazar Ali. He has to scramble back. Good piece of fielding from mid on. Keeping the pressure on here. Can Kalatia pick up the first maiden of the day? Still got 2 balls left. 4 dots to start with. Make that one a 5th. Pushes it to extra cover and a veer tacker. It's a really good field setup. Tight. Just one outside the circle. Otis Lee at fine leg. 2 slips, gully. Bish to backward point. A veer at extra cover, and then the captain Krish at mid-off. That was Ali mid-on, and forward Asad Khan at mid-wicket. And it's going to dot out. Will be the first maiden of the day. Well bowled for Kalatia. 7 done. Tigers 16 for 4. Zion Sheikh came out 2 overs ago, but hasn't faced a delivery yet. Gets to face his first from Zain Aminini. Onto the pads. That's just, that's very close. Lucky to survive his first delivery here, Sheikh. Let's see if we can see it on the replay. It's in slow-mo, so it's going to take a long time since hasn't taken guard yet. It was a good ball. I think umpire John Prakash just signalling sliding down length. Leaves that one alone outside off this time. Not getting up in that channel outside off. Carrying through low to Viraj Rao. Had a good day with the gloves on Monday, Viraj. And guides it down to Caldwell at gully. The dots continuing. 5 of 6 in Zane's previous over, 6 last over, 4 so far this over. I'm trying to have a look at that LBW. Here we go. This is the appeal. And that one, yeah, a bit too much in swing. Kept on going. This is live, and that's left alone. Very similar delivery from Zane to Zoyan as he did to Will Walsh. Managed to get the LBW on that one. This time, a little bit too much in swing. And still into the 8th over and getting it to shape back in like that. Very impressive. Been clinical so far for the Hong Kong Islanders. Back-to-back maidens for the Hong Kong Islanders. The dots continue after 8. Going at 2s, the New Territories Tigers. They're 16 for 4. Opening bowlers who are getting the job done for the Hong Kong Islanders will continue. Long spell. 5th over coming up for Kalatia. If you didn't join us in game one, I'll run through the rules for bowling. Scalatia comes into Max. Yeah, they think about a run. They're going to run on the arm of forward. Wasn't far away, but much needed single to break the string of dots. So 50 over format, but only one bowler can bowl 8 overs. The rest can bowl a maximum of 7. There's 13 players a side, 11 can bat. And those that don't bat can bowl in the 13. As it stands, Tigers are going to struggle to bat out their full 50. They're just 6 wickets in hand. Still 22 minutes away from the first drinks break. Haven't even completed the first power play. I think that one shaped in a little bit as well. Inside edge for Zoyan. Still looking to get off the mark. Dabbing at it. Just saw Wasif Jahangir going for some throwdowns with Pratham Mathur past our broadcast area. He might be coming out shortly. Wasif, we'll see. Flicked away nicely. Work to do for Amani coming around from square, from deep fine. He will get there just in time. That was nicely played, that gap on the leg side, which hasn't been able to be utilised too much as of late. Oh, one short. Well, that's harsh. Not harsh by the umpire, it's just harsh that such a good shot will be denied a second. It will just be a 1 to finish off the over. 18 for 4. 1 over left of the power play. Mini Whack will bowl it. Hasib Mohammed running the broadcast today for Cricket Hong Kong China. Hasib, what is Mini Whack's figures so far? 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 5. You can see on screen. Little chat there between Captain Krish Bhutani and umpire John Prakash. Ready to get underway for Zayn's 5th. A little bit better carry through, but well outside off. Well, left alone by Max on strike. Grinding away out there. 25 deliveries for his 4. Tough work, but he's still going where others have fallen around him. That one just goes to a cover point. Matava Bish comes around from extra cover. Staying with the 6-3 offside field inside the power play. It's worked for the Islanders so far. Swings away too hard. Swinging hard there from Max, but shaped away. I'll take the extra. Oh, what a beauty. Still bowling peaches in his fifth here, Zain Amini. Both Galatia and Miniwak have controlled proceedings here for the Islanders in the first 10. Another one coming a long way forward for Cornell, but no bat on ball. So far the wide, the only blemish in over number 10. 2 for 6 now for Zain. I'd say we'd probably see a change in bowling after this. 5 over spell for both the openers is a long one for the under 16s. My money's on James Caldwell to bowl from the Argyle Street end. Krish could go to spin early. The pace has worked for him. That's the power play done. Is it? We've still got one ball left. One ball left. My monitor has seen better days. I can't read the number of balls or what over it is. I can see the deliveries though. Will be a dot to finish off, so just the wide coming from the 10th. Tigers 19 for 4. Will we see a change in bowling? Or will we continue? Okay, Zane's going to have a rest. It looks like Rayan Shakil's going to come on for him. So Zane won't be bowling the next over from the Victoria Harbour end. Krish there on screen, having a chat. It's going to be Otis Lee to take the ball from the Argyle Street end. Zane goes off. And Shakil comes on. Otis comes into the attack. Didn't see him bowl on Monday. What's the setup for Otis as he comes into practice? His run in. He's got a slip and gully, deep third. Looks like Avir Thakker's getting given the duties down at deep third. Rayan's gone to Zane's position at fine leg. Ewan staying at slip. Caldwell coming out of gully and going to mid wicket. Square leg, I should say. Forward is Right, where else have we got? James Walker is on the field for the first time today as well. Does that mean that Kalatia went off? I'll get confirmation on that, but I can see James Walker sitting there at extra cover. Of course, James Walker involved in that 85-run partnership with Ewan Tan to get the win on Monday. And a fabulous effort with the bat as well, along with Ewan. But they were in trouble for a while there, the Islanders. Early wickets for the Lions, but then Walker and Tan combined take the ship home, get them the big win in game one. Oh, good Lions. As I am pushing forward. Notice it's getting a little chat there from umpire Prakash about running into the protected area. Picks out forward Asad Khan at mid-wicket. Keeping the dots up. This is a 4-run partnership in 35 deliveries, which is what the Tigers need. It sounds like it's not that good, but it's exactly what they need. The batting will become easier. That 85-run partnership between James Walker and Ewan Tan, early on they looked nervous and early on they were troubled, but once they got set, not sure if you get a chatting about tumbling into the protected area as Otis went down after that delivery, but he still gets a dot. And that's another maiden. Is that our third Hasib of the day? One for Kalatia, one for Zane, and now one for Otis Lee to start with. So it's a 4-run, 36-ball partnership between Zayan Sheikh and Max Cornell. Looks like Abuzar Ali Muhammad is going to bowl from the Victoria Harbour end for the first time today. He bowled from the Argyle Street end by memory on Monday. If there's going to be any turn, this will be the man that can find it. Maybe he did bowl from the Victoria Harbour end. I see, which end did he bowl from? It was from this end, and it was absolutely deserved. He deserved a lot of wickets. Didn't get too many. I think he got one. The rest day yesterday has erased the memory of all the stats in my head. All right, starts with a really good one. That's what we saw a lot of on Monday. Hands on head from Abuzar. Not sure how he didn't get a wicket with each ball he bowled. Okay, some changes in the field. Otis Lee's gone to slip. Ewan Tan's moved out to mid-wicket. Oh, that's been dispatched. That's very, very nice. Backward a square for 4. First boundary off the bat for the New Territories Tigers, and this was an absolute beaut. Worth watching on the replay. Drag down leg, and so he says thank you. No protection out in the deep. They do have a deep square, so Max went further fine. Back live. This time back outside of the off stump. So James Walker is inside the circle, up from fine leg, in a backward short leg position. Caldwell's out at deep square. That's a good start. It was the big boundary. After 12, the Tigers 23 for 4. Otis to continue from the Argyle Street end. A maiden to start with for him. Not far away from a drinks break, maybe 2 more overs here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Oh, a bit short. Lucky to get away with it in the end as it dribbles down to fine leg and Shaquille comes in almost to the circle. Could have easily ended up in our broadcast area at deep mid-wicket. Just a single. Brings Cornell back on strike. Generating some good pace here, Otis. Swinging hard, but didn't get much of that. Abazar Ali can pick up quickly. You can see Caldwell there just at a gully, quite fine, half of even on screen, half off. Almost around into a 4th slip, and Wide's first slip from Ewan Tan. Just didn't get that one right. Has to go back and reset. Dead ball. Nice breeze here today. It's going to be a top of 28. Hopefully not as hot as yesterday. I feel for the under 13s that didn't get a rest day yesterday at PKVR Reservoir. Temperatures between 33 and 36 around Hong Kong yesterday. And insanely dry. Not what we expect in Hong Kong. 10% humidity yesterday in Shengshui. That's lip-cracking humidity, or lack thereof. Otis coming in again to Max. Strays under the pads. Get through for a leg by, I think. Yes, it is. Umpire John signals leg by. Single off the first and a leg by off the 5th with 1 ball remaining. The 13th. It's going to be a dot. So off the back of a maiden. He's only got 1 off that one in his figures. 2 overs, none for 1 for Otis Lee. Quarter century up for the New Territory Tigers. It's been a grind. After 13, they're 25 for 4. 10-run partnership of 48 deliveries. Just what the Tigers needed. They need to survive this over. Go have a drink, regroup, come back out and use that second part of the first innings to grind it out, push the score up. Definitely have to get up into triple figures. We saw the Islanders chase down 140. Not too hard on Monday. So they need scoreboard pressure. Good bowling from Abazar. Looking around the ground at the team in green and purple. And against the team in orange and black. They look resplendent. Big thanks to Afzal Hatter and the team at Montgomery Sports for again supplying the All-Stars uniforms. And of course, big thanks to the Caravel Foundation who sponsored the Junior All-Stars. Doing it again for 2025. Both under 16s here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. And for the under 13s at PKVR Reservoir. Hit hard. Oh, that was definitely a single. Because Max has run 3/4 of the pitch and then 3/4 on the way back as well. But Zayan sent him back. Ray and Shaquille with a good arm. But he was set well back at mid-off. Don't want to run out, of course. Might get another over in. Speed that Abazar Ali's bowling this one. Oh, another beauty. I like where, I think it's Otis in first slip, was standing as well. He was nice and fine. We saw some, how many did we see? 2, 3 edges off Abazar Ali go between keeper and slip on Monday. So it's clever field placement by Otis, keeping himself fine. No edge yet. They will get one more over in as it's only 9:59. I can't see on the screen, but I'm assuming that was a maiden, was it, Hasib? Since they're still 25 for 4. Everyone's got a maiden today. 4 bowlers used, all 4 with maidens. Otis goes the bouncer. This could be out. Bish takes an easy catch. The wicket does fall before the drinks break. Zayan Sheikh out for 2 as the New Territory Tigers lose half their wickets. They're 25 for 5. The bouncer here from Otis did the job. They had the trap set. Athava Bish taking a very easy catch at that forward square position. Max Cornell loses yet another partner as we head into the drinks break here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Have a look at the batting and bowling cards in this first session, and it's been all about the Hong Kong Islanders. Brother Maru out, first delivery bowled by Kalatia. Out for a golden duck. Max Cornell been out there since the beginning. 8 off 46, doing what he has to do while others fall around him. Goody Mella also out for a duck. Will Walsh getting a good one from Amani. LBW out for 2. Nirav Nadwani out for 3. Caught by an absolute blinder by James Caldwell at Gully. And right there, falling on the drinks break, Zayan Sheikh out for 2. The bowling card, much better. Pitcher, if you're an Islanders supporter, at least 2 wickets for Kalatia, 2 for, I can't see that on my screen, but it's 2 for 12 off his 5 overs. Mini whack. Zayn Emini, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 6. Otis Lee getting his first wicket. He's only got 1 run off him so far, off 2.1. Abazar Ali, 2 overs, 1 maiden. None for 4. We'll have a quick drinks break here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground for the Caravel Foundation under 16s. And the drinks break done here at Tingwang Road Recreation Ground. Aaron Bush with you for this Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Star Series. And continue on over number 15. Seth Pereira coming out to the crease at number 7. Saw the two coaches at the drinks break. Zenden Verster for the Islanders, first-time coach in the All-Stars. He'd be pretty happy. His team have taken 15 wickets in less than 50 overs so far in the All-Star Series. Zaz Khan in charge of the New Territories Tigers be a little more concerned. Drops it in a bit short again, this time pushed to Walker at extra cover. That might be the first official warning to Otis for running on the pitch. Captain comes across, we can continue. Again to cover, again to Walker. Already got one maiden, Otis. He wants to get himself a wicket maiden here if he can. 2 balls left. And will be a wicket maiden to Otis. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 a wicket maiden. Look at those figures. 1 for 1. Beautiful bowling from the Argyle Street end as the pressure continues on the Tigers. Bizarrely, ball in hand, takes the cap off. Max on strike. He's lost 5 partners so far, but he is still out there. 8 of 46. That's an opener's knock in a 50 over, doing exactly what he needs to. Leaving alone the balls that aren't needed to be played, finding runs when he can. Too wide this time. Another valuable run. I see I've got a job for you over there in broadcast. Can you count back to see how many balls it's been since the Tigers scored? Because they were on 25 for a long time. I'm going to find runs on the leg side here as it pushes out to deep mid-wicket. So a wide and a single. They were on 25 for, well, very long time. 15 deliveries. They were stuck on that quarter century mark, the Tigers. Thank you, Hasib. And Pereira back on strike, looking to get off the mark. Dotted straight back. Wonder Cup. 2 runs off this over so far. Oh, bottom of the bat, and there's work to do. No deep third in place. This could be a boundary. Yes, it is. Much needed boundary for the Tigers. Pereira gets off the mark, and after the over ends, the Tigers are 31 for 5. Picked the gap nicely. Oh, yeah, that's brilliantly played. Used the wrists, found the gap, took the boundary to the short Argyle Street boundary. Second boundary off the bowling of Abuzar Ali today. Otis Lee's going to continue. 3 overs, 1 for 1. Nobody can find any runs off him at the moment. To pull away again, keeps it along the ground. That's where Bish took that nice catch previously. And the short ball looking to hook trap is still set. Misses it all outside off this time. I think Caldwell in that fly slip position. Tan very wide, almost second slip. Oh, again pulls on the leg side, bit of aerial, picks the gap between Bist and Abuzar Ali. Won't make the ropes, but they'll come back for 2. Nicely played. The lures there as Otis drops occasionally short, deliberately. It's working. The forward square of Bist out of play this time as it went through mid-wicket. He moves it a couple of steps to his left. So he goes backward a square this time. Shaquille shouldn't be able to cut that one off, and finally cannot. And another boundary. Cornell, after moving into double figures, picks up his second 4 of the innings. Moves to 15. The angle from Otis just heading down onto that leg stump, so it was an easy pickup. So it's going to force changes in the field now. Caldwell's come out of the fly slip. He's going into that catching position at forward square, mid-wicket region. Bish goes back to deep square. A bit more protection on the leg side. Cuts away on the offside. Can't beat Fawad Asad Khan at backward point. Good over for the Tigers so far, 6 coming from it. Drives onto the offside, beats Walker inside, and work to do. Two chasing it down as it races away through cover. Walker picks up, saves two. Good over. 8 runs coming from it. We'll have a look at the Hong Kong. I think that's the most expensive over of the day, given 8 runs came from it, and there's only 39 on the board. There it is. A couple of overs going for 6, but that one there, a good one for the Tigers. The biggest problem is all those little flames on the top of the candles. 5 of them so far for the Tigers. Well, that was Ali gets ready. See, we'll have a quick look at the partnerships as well, because this could well be the biggest partnership of the day. Certainly is. The last 2 getting the runs on the board. 10-run partnership, and now 14 between Seth Pereira and Max Cornell. Pereira will be on strike. That was Ali to bowl a 4th. Ewan Tan's gone into slip. And that's cut away through point. Nicely played. Pished in the deep at cover, comes around. Takes a 1. I need to have a look around the field. If Ewan's in slip, where's Otis gone? What? He's a backward square. So he's covering on the leg side. I moved all the field around on me, so I need to update my little map. Krish Bhutani's not at mid-on or mid-off anymore. He's at a catching extra cover position. Oh, full toss. Max has given it some, but straight to Shaquille, running on the arm, a dive, safely home. Or earlier that one, they didn't take the chance. This time they did. This one goes to Krish at that extra cover position. End of the over. James Caldwell coming into the attack from the Argyle Street end. First time today for James. The big, tall, quick. All right, now I have to go and run around and see who's gone off and who's gone on. I see Minnie Wax back out on the field. He's at mid-wicket. Zane Emini. Be Otis Lee that's headed off with Zane back out there. More changes in the field as I try to set my map again. Bava Bisht coming in from deep square leg, goes to mid wicket. Zane goes to extra cover. Walker's out at deep point. Goes down leg and Rowell misses that one, so Shaquille at fine leg will have to come through. Wide +1. Okay, I think I've got the current field set. 13 players, it's always keeping us on our toes. With the field setting for Caldwell. Britani at mid-off. Amini at extra cover. James Walker deep point. Forward Assad, and that's going to be out to James in the deep. Should only be one, and it will be. Good arm. Very good arm. Forward Assad at backward point. Ewan Tan at slip. Veer Thacker at deep third. Shaquille at fine leg. And Athava Bisht mid-wicket forward square position. And it was Ali in a wideish mid-on. That one's going up and up and up. It's going to be a 4. Shaquille can't get there. Wasn't far away from going for 6. It was a big hit from Max. He continues to be the one man standing for the Tigers. Seth Pereira with him, helping form their biggest partnership of the day. 22 into the 20s now for Max, and 23-run partnership. Still trying to get up to that half-century mark. It's been a grind for the Tigers. Too far outside off this time. Hasn't been many boundaries. Not holding my breath, the Tigers are going to bring up the half-century milestone with a boundary, but Max can do me a favour here. That's a good delivery and watchfully played. Two Hong Kong Cricket Club players up against each other. James Caldwell and Max Cornell. I'm sure they've spent plenty of time in the nets against each other. And now they're up against each other. Which is the beauty of the All-Stars format. Teammates become adversaries. End of the over, 49 for 5. Partnership 23 between Max Cornell and Seth Pereira. Have a look through the baby bowling card. 5 bowlers used today. This will be a 5th over for Abazar Ali, joining Mini Wack and Kalithia for 5 overs apiece. Remembering one can bowl 8, the rest can bowl 7. Oh, that's cut beautifully. They do have protection in the deep. Bisht again comes around. He's got a very good arm as well, so they can only find the single there, but that does bring up the half-century. What a grind it's been for the New Territories Tigers, but they've got there eventually. 50 for 5 in the 20th. That's a big fresh airy, missed by everyone. It is, yes, a wide. So they got 3 for another one. Another 2 into the books for the Tigers. Trying to use the wrist again, but that one from Abazar Ali that zips through a little low. No slip, no deep third. So there's runs to be had if he can find the gap. This time going to extra cover. Straight to the captain, Krish Bhutani, to finish off. A very tidy over. 3 runs coming from it. Half century coming up that over for the Tigers. They're 52 for 5. 5 wickets in hand, still 30 overs remaining if they can survive, as Caldwell will continue from the Argyle Street end. On the pads, and the finger goes up. Caldwell gets another wicket, like he did in the first game. On the pads, nice and straight, breaks the big partnership, and it's the opener, Max Cornell, that has to depart. I'll bring you another replay of that one very shortly. Keshav Mata is coming to the crease at number 8. That's a vital wicket for the Islanders. Those 2 out in the middle. Cornell and Pereira were looking dangerous. Caldwell strikes. The opener getting a round of applause. Really been the one man standing today so far. Can Keshav and Seth put together a partnership now? Got to get up over 100. Because the Islanders, they can roll them for under 100. It'll be a nice quick game, and they're going to sit up pretty at top of the table. First confident bat on ball for Keshav. Question that's always asked when Keshav plays: is he related to Shivan Veer? And I believe the answer is no. Very good cricketer though, much like Shivan Veer, who are in Nepal. Also playing at Hong Kong Cricket Club. It's not just people at home that mix up Shiv Veer and Keshav. There was a game where Veer got... Here's the replay of the LBW before I go on about that story. Good decision. That one straightening nicely. Played over the top of it, across the line from Max. Well-deserved wicket to James. Drops one in shorter and guides this one down to deep third. Veerthacker. Keshav gets off the mark. Yeah, there was a game where Veermatha, Saturday or Sunday, I think it might have been the Saturday game, picked up 4 wickets. The scorer put Keshav into the system, so Keshav got his 4 wickets that day. Poor old Veer. Still not even sure if that's been corrected in the Crick Hero system, but well, he's a good player. That was 4 wickets for Veer instead of Keshav. Seth Pereira back on strike on 7. Comes the air, and it's been put down by Zane. They've been so good in the field today. That one was a gift in the air. Just had to move to his left. Caldwell could have had 2 in the over. And as it is, Pereira gets a life on 7 after another successful over for the Islanders. The Tigers 54 for 6. Lucks of fortune for Pereira and cut away in the air on the offside, but picked it up too high. As it is, it's in the book as a single, as Pereira will be on strike. That was Ali to bowl a 6th over. The first bowler today to get past 5 overs. Yet to see a Veerthacker bowl. He'll probably take over from Abazar, you'd expect, from this end.
Lovely, Abu, lovely!
Cuts away. Unfortunately for Pereira there, he's cut it straight into the matting, protecting one of the wickets. Just there you can see the 4 pieces of matting on 2 different pitches. He's cut it into that one and it's sort of stuck, so they couldn't get to run away. And then good follow-up delivery from Abazar. Hit nicely, but straight to Shaquille. And that's cut away out into the deep. Bish having to come around to his right to extra cover. Slightest of bobbles in the field, but no damage done. Keeps it to 1. Keshav back on strike. 1 ball left of the 22nd. Dabbed a backward point, forward. Keeps it to a dot. 55 for 6, the Tigers, after 22. I think that might be it for Abazar Ali's spell. I thought we might see a change. He's headed off. Latia back on the field. That's cut nicely. Beats Zane at extra cover. Walker will clean up out in the deep. Guided backward a point, down to Avir at deep third. Keep the runs ticking over. Apart from the change of Pranch Kalathia coming back onto the field, and he's sitting at that wideish mid-on position. Field set up as per normal for James. Though I do notice that Rayan Shaquille has moved around to the backward square on the 45 rather than fine leg. That's another extra in the books. $17 extras so far for the Islanders, perhaps the only blemish so far this morning for them. Viraj Rao thought there might have been an edge. Wide again, the keeping, followed the ball there, Rao, but another extra in the books. 59 on the board, 18 of them extras, shows that not many, and Cornell getting into the 20 shows that not many others have helped out today so far for the Tigers. Seth Pereira though, after being given a life on 7, he's got himself into double figures at least. Need the tail to wag here, the Tigers. The Tigers' tail. Oh, popped up in the air. Falls safely though. Interest from Pereira to have a swing at that one. Happy to let it go on through. Still got more than half the allotted overs available. They can chew up plenty of dot balls. Look to form another nice partnership. That was the secret to the Islanders' win on Monday. That 85-run partnership between Walker and Tan. That one to mini whack, no run available. "23 overs done. Tigers 59 for 6, and with Abazar Ali not on the field, we're definitely going to see a change in bowling here. Who's it going to be? Could well be James Walker, I think, and it is. James takes the hat off. Walker to bowl his first over today. I'll run through where he's going to get his field set up. I see Pranch Galadia going to deep square leg. Got a deep mid wicket as well. Who's out there? Mini Wax out there. Virtaker at mid on. Rayan Shaquille at mid-off. Bished out at deep point. Ewan Tans at cover with Krish at extra cover. Both trying to pick off catches there. Looks like James Caldwell doing the fielding from mid-wicket. So that should round out the fielders, which means there's no deep third, no fine leg. Forward Asad Khan at backward point. Well, Ewan Tan's actually moved out of that second cover position and gone to a backward short leg. Again, just finding some runs backward of square, making work to do out in the deep for Pranch. Partnership into double figures now between Seth Pereira and Keshav Matha. Equal second best partnership of the day. Rinse and repeat as that one's pushed out to deep square as well. Dot to finish with. 4 off the over, 24 done. The Tigers 63 for 6. Caldwell to continue. Driving along the ground. Amine patrolling extra cover. Cut away, Walker at backward point, gets good hands on it. Saved at least one, could have saved 4. That was racing away. They've got forward Arsad Khan out at deep point. Going that far backward a point, might have picked up a boundary, taking deep third and deep point out of it. In the end, dot ball. Good hands from James Walker. Both the under-16s and under-13s Caravel Foundation All-Star Series games, they're mirrored. Some of the New Territory Tigers and Lions, Islanders are playing here. Well, they're not mirrored, actually. I tell a lie. It's the Lions versus the Tigers out, because they had that extra game, of course. Tigers versus the Lions out at PKVR today. The Tigers versus the Islanders here. And doesn't matter if the Tigers are at PKVR Reservoir or Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Both sides in a bit of bother today. Over at PKVR Reservoir, I have on my screen, has the Territory Tigers 56 for 7. 63 for 6 here. Cut well, that's good runs. I'm not sure that's going to get cut off. Save your legs, Seth. That's going for 4. Beautifully played. Took Mini whack out of the equation by going through extra cover this time. And deep point of Khan not able to get around, too wide from James. Well played. Seth Pereira picking up a boundary. He moves to 16. It is 56 for 7 there at PKVR Reservoir. Cut away, backward a point this time. Work to do for Avir, who is well inside, not on the boundary, but does well. Punches it forward to forward. That's a great effort. Saves 2. Really good. There's a signal from umpire John. Who's he signalling to? He wants to get, just checking with Avir, but it's going to be in the books as a 2 to finish off. Halfway there, 25 overs done, 6 runs coming from the 25th. New Territory Tigers 69 for 6. Otis Lee's coming back onto the ground, and Caldwell is going to have a break this time. So we'll see a change in bowling from the Argyle Street end. Next over, James Walker to continue from the Victoria Harbour end.
Come on, James, come on, boy.
Otis going into a backward point position. No slip in place. Ewan Tant and a backward short leg. Butani and extra cover there. Work to do as it's gone fine. Ewan Tant does a roll and a dive in the deep. Two more in the books. Cut away, can't beat Otis, just waiting to the left of square leg umpire and also Islanders coach Sendon Versta. Drag down leg, got away with it. He'll get a wide pick up, but that could have easily been another boundary. Keshav missing out there. I must say a big thank you as well, umpire John Prakash there on screen. He's doing both ends officiating, as you might have noticed. Only umpire today, so if it goes full distance, he's going to have to umpire out in the sun for 100 overs. It's a long time to concentrate. It's hard enough calling the games that long. And imagine being the umpire and the only umpire. That one dabbed to forward at mid-wicket. Three runs coming from the 26th. The Tigers 72 for 6. We're going to see a veer for the first time today, bowling from the Argyle Street end. We say that's the danger end, but he bowled nicely in game one. No fear of the short boundaries. Just have to bowl your lines and goes well.
Come on, a veer, come on, lad.
All right, so looks like Shaquille's going into a extra cover position. So no fine leg. Starts well. Avia. James Walker at a fly gully. Forward Assad. At forward point. Packed offside field, 6-3 still. All right, that's going to go all the way for a boundary. Even with that packed offside field, gets through. That's really nicely played, picking the gap. A change in the field. Shaquille goes to mid-off, and I think Krish Bhutani's put himself in that dangerous extra cover position. That's a full toss over waist height. It's going to be runs and a no ball. It'll go all the way. It did go all the way. No ball, 6. Wow, big ones for the Tigers. Just what they need. And a free hit coming up as well. A loose delivery from Avia gets the punishment to the short Argyle Street end. Here we go, free hit. Oh, beautiful delivery. Got through everyone. Another brave delivery from Avia. He'd overpitched that one, it would have been another maximum, but good Yorker length, beat the batter and the keeper. Big over for the Tigers as Keshav just dots that one back. Still one ball left. Veer has to take the cap off. 12 off the over so far. Big ones for the Tigers as they try to push up towards the 3-figure mark. 84 on the board. Fine runs. There's no deep. There's no fine leg. 3 have to chase this down. Ewan Tan, Otis Lee and Bish, but it'll be Ewan who picks up first. I'll get back for 2. So it's a very big over. 14 coming from the 27th. Tigers 86 for 6. Let's have a look at some stats here, Hasib. There's the Manhattan, by far the biggest over. 14 runs coming from it. A big tower, ICC on the Hong Kong there. And have a look at the partnerships as well, as this is the biggest of the day after that over. 34 runs between Seth Pereira and Keshav Mata. Remembering Pereira given a life on 7, but he's taken full advantage. Moved to top score at 28 runs for the Tigers today. And we said the tail needs to have a little bit of a wag, and it has. Going to see a change in bowling. Forward Asad Khan into the attack for the first time today from the Victoria Harbour end. Didn't see forward bowl on Monday, by memory. And one staying a little low, just inside the tram lines to start with. Outside off. Gets another dot in the books. And plenty of space on the offside. Walker having to come all the way around from a wideish mid-wicket to pick that one up forward of square. Does a good job. (5-4) offside field now. Actually, it's a 5-4 leg side field. Just the 4 on the offside that I can count at the moment for forward. Unless there's a deep third, there isn't. So packing the leg side for the bowling of forward. tidy start so far for forward. Chopped out to a veer at mid-on. Two off the over. Tigers all the lucky eights. 88 for 6. Delivery. Abazar Ali back on. Trying to figure out who just went off. Not sure yet. Who can I see out there? Ewan Tan at slip. James Walker's still out there. He's at fly gully. That one does go to Abazar Ali at mid-on. Mini whacks out at deep point. Forward Assad cover, Krish Bhutani extra cover. Kalatia's at mid-on. Otis at mid-wicket. And Bisht out at deep point. So by my count that means Rayan Shakil has gone off for a break. Replaced by Abazar Ali. They put long on, long off in place for Pereira. This one's just kept along the ground to Bhutani. Much tidier over from Avir this time. Just the one run coming from it. 28 done. 29 done. I really wish I could read that number on my screen, but I can't. I can read 89 for 6 for the Tigers though. Seth Pereira 29 and Keshav a handy 10 in what is now a 37 run partnership for the 7th wicket. Fawad Assad to continue from the Victoria Harbour end. He was tidy in his first, just the 2 runs coming from it. Keshav on strike. Inside edge, saving Keshav there. Good ball, right on the stumps. Uses the wrist, but dots it straight back to Fawad. Too late on the wrist this time. Zips through. Well, the Tigers, while the runs aren't on the board just yet, looks set to do something that the Lions couldn't, and that's bat more than 34 overs. At the moment, they're looking pretty set, pushing up to the 30th. Not far away from a second drinks break here. And drag down leg this time. Gets the score up to 90. That's gone fine with no fine leg in place. Work to do for Kalatia. And some leg buys. Did well. Pranch Kalatia had to come around from short third inside the circle. All the way around onto the leg side to pick that one up. End of the over. Just the one wide, plus the leg by. The second session of the first innings is done here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. We're going to have a drinks break with the score on 91 for 6. The handy 39-run partnership out there in the middle between Seth Pereira and Keshav Mata, getting the Tigers back into this game. Join us in around 5 minutes' time for the final session of the first innings here in Game 2 of the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Stars Series. And the second drinks break done here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Aaron Bush with you, Avir Thacker to continue from the Argyle Street end. 91 for 6. Oh, that's been put down as well. Tough chance. Kashev Matha now getting a life. Both batters out there. Lucky. Gives this one along the ground and parried by Otis as he diving to his right. And they'll get through for one. Easy runs this time through square leg with Bish out in the deep. Otis gets to it first from mid-wicket. Seth needing a shoelace retie. More quick singles. Four runs and a drop catch coming in the 31st. Tigers 95 for 6 as they slowly move towards the 3-figure mark. Fawad Asad Khan continuing from the Victoria Harbour end, 2 overs none for 3. Push to Bhutani, the captain of the Islanders, at extra cover. Cut hard, and again straight to diving, rolling Chris Bhutani. A piece of fielding. He's very good in the field. Put himself in that danger position. No runs on the leg side this time as Walker comes around almost to mid-on. So still tidy from forward. Goes the Yorker length. Another tidy one from forward Assad. It's the single coming from it. 96 for 6. Veer Taka continuing from the Argyle Street end. He went for plenty in his first, but he's really fought back well. And runs to be found. Out into the deep. It'll be a win for the Tigers, even if it's not a big score. If they bat their full 50, means the Islanders have to work all those 50 out in the field, then come into the lunch break and then have a bat. Can't beat a mini cover point this time. Same again. This time it goes to extra cover. Forward Assad looking around the field. It's attacking from Avir. I think only the deep backward square outside the circle. Tries to guide that one through gully. Does so. Has to scamper. Good arm of James Walker, but they get through safely for another single. Push the score to 98. Uses the wrists, keeps it along the ground. Bit short, work to do out in the deep for Bish as he comes to Ford Square. Just one though, moves to 99, the score for the Tigers. End of the over. 3 off that over, 99 for 6. "47-run partnership between Seth Pereira and Keshav Mata, getting the Tigers back into this game. The miserly forward Assad Khan will continue from the Victoria Harbour end. Oh, that's cut away nicely. 2 having to chase it down. The spongy outfield will mean it's only 2. Kalatia doing good work in the deep. Well, he wasn't in the deep. He had to run out into the deep to pick that one up. That's the 100 up. As the Tigers dugout realises they've found a way to get up to 100. Looks like they could have been bowled out for about 60 at one point. In the air, but he's going to clear the infield here, and it's going to go for a boundary. We love a milestone brought up with a boundary, and this is going to be the 50-run partnership between these two. Seth Pereira going aerial and picking up a boundary to pick up the 50-run partnership between him and Keshav Mata. Replay here in the slot. Nicely played, not trying to overhit. And back live. And hang on, he's feathered that one down leg. And the 50-run partnership all of a sudden comes to an end. That's the end of Seth Pereira for 33. He's more than that. That's the partnership was 33. And he departs for 40 as they finally get the breakthrough. A 54-run partnership, 53-run partnership, I should say, comes to an end. Down leg side, tough way to go. Good glove work from Viraj Rao. Followed it down the leg side. Finger went up from umpire John Prakash, and that's the end of Seth Pereira. Pasan Nimsara comes to the crease at number 9. Tilakanayaka will go out there and join Keshav Mata, the captain for the Tigers there, number 15, Will Walsh, just advising his team what to do. Well, there's not as many runs on the board by the Tigers. They have batted longer than the Lions did on Monday, so that's already a win. 3 wickets in hand. Well earned from forward Assad to get a wicket. It was down leg side, but got the wicket. Get him any way you can. He's got his first. We know this strong Hong Kong Islanders batting lineup can chase down a reasonably good score, picking up the win in game one. Yes, the Tigers have now batted 3 more deliveries than the Lions did. Can they push up and bat over 40 overs here? There's that zippy one outside off. Telling the Kanaika going to have to try to form a new partnership out there in the middle. That's nicely played. End of a successful over for forward and the Hong Kong Islanders. After 34, Tigers 104 for 7. Branch Kalatia, the opening bowler, back into the attack. This will be his 6th over, bowling from the Argyle Street end. Let's have a look at the figures and the overs bowled so far. Kalatia is going to bowl his 6th. Nambazar Ali's also bowled 6. Mini Whack bowled 5. Maybe he'll be coming on soon from the Victoria Harbour end. Keshav Mata on 13 on strike. Run around the field, see what they've got for the quick. There's a fine leg in place, and deep third as well. Square leg as well of Yuan Tan. That one went so slowly out to him that they could find the single. Tilakanaika now back on strike, looking to get off the mark. Nice straight bat again. And again, he's pushing it to mid-on. Vietaka. Apart from the 2 backward of square out in the boundary, there's also a deep point. There's a backward point inside the circle. Krish Bhutani still at that extra cover position. Nambazar Ali at mid-off. Vietaka at mid-on. Bish at mid-wicket. And Yuan Tan just at the 40 square inside the circle. And Bish is the man that does that fielding. Calls a catch, and catch is taken. Caught and bowled. Kalatia strikes in first over of his second spell. Tilakanaika out for a duck. Easy pop up, bottom hand, takes the catch. And the 8th wicket falls for the Tigers on 106. Wasif Jahangir to the crease, the number 10. Just 2 more wickets to finish this off. The Islanders trying again not to have to bother bowling and fielding for 50. Still 15.1 overs left, but just 2 wickets in hand. Kashev's still out there though. So the final batter, it looks like, will be Sadiq for the Tigers. He's doing some throwdowns behind our broadcast area. I mean, there's 13 players, 2 won't bat, can bowl. Moment, Jahangir out to the crease. Kalatia now with 3 wickets, 3 for 13 off 5.5. They've really shared the wickets around today, the Islanders. It's been a good all-round bowling effort. Some dawdling there between these two. They'll get through for the leg bye. Finish off another successful over for the Islanders. 107 for 8. The New Territories Tigers after 35. Mini Wax coming back into the attack as well. Zain Amini from the Victoria Harbour end. Bowls a lot faster than Wakas Bakat, but has the same haircut and face paint. Hopefully Zane or Wakas don't take offence to my nickname being Mini Wack, but from our broadcast position, that's what he looks like. So Zane, 2 wickets. He was so tidy to start with, was bowling beautifully. It's very watchfully played by Jahangir. Full on the toes, nicely played. There should be 4, work to do. Abazar Ali cannot get there to cut that one off. Nice boundary, much needed. Nice way to get off the mark for Wasif. Pushes the Tigers to all the ones, 1-1-1. Every run valuable now, with just 2 wickets in hand. Didn't miss out on that one, which I like. Could have easily left it alone and taken the extra, but 4 runs more valuable. Abazar Ali now moves wider. Fine leg, not so fine leg. Out in the deep. Also got a deep cover out near our broadcast area. And Vietaka, the other person outside the circle. And there's also a deep third, I should say. So there's 3. Pushes through point, can't find a run. Oh, bottom hand makes a gap though. Work to do for Otis as he chases this one down to the very long extra cover boundary. Gets there. Does well, and so do the two running. Pick up 2. Finish off the over. 6 coming from the 36th. The Tigers 113 for 8. Seventh over coming up for Pranch Galatia. He can bowl a maximum of 8, but then nobody else can bowl any more than 7. Pranch bowled 6. Zane's bowled 6. That was Ali bowled 6. And chops down, finds runs. Walker down at deep third, comes into the edge of the circle. And some handy little late partnerships for the Tigers. This one up to 7 as Jahangir back on strike. Three players getting into double figures so far. Keshav on 15. Tale of the day for the Tigers at the moment is Extra's a second top scorer. Fine 40 from Seth Pereira, of course, leading all scorers, and a fighting 22 from Max Cornell, opening the batting. 22 off 67 deliveries. Keshav's on track to do something similar. He's 15 off 40. It's driven nicely. But straight to Krish. Good to see the parents coming down as well, watching on this Easter week holidays for many, well, all of the kids probably, since they're here, and many of the parents. I see the Tigers captain's dad out there in the under the tent. Oh, there's an edge. Yes, there is. The finger goes up. That's the end of Jahangir. They've lost their 9th on 114. Wasif departs for 6. Kalatier's got 4. Angry with himself there, Wasif Jahangir, but he has to go. Muhammad Shawaj Sadiq, the final batter, comes to the crease for the Tigers. One more wicket and the Islanders can go have a well-deserved lunch break. Oh, the Tigers have batted deeper than the Kowloon Lions did on Monday. They're still 25 odd runs short, 26 runs exactly short of where the Lions got to. And the Islanders chased that one down with plenty of overs to spare. He lost the 5 wickets, the Islanders, in game 1. They're on track to pick up all 20 available in 2 games with the ball in hand, with just one more wicket to fall to finish this innings off. Can Pranch get himself a Michelle Pfeiffer? Being the first of this series, if he can. 1 wicket available. It's a dot ball. There are a couple of threefers for the Islanders in game 1. Veer Thacker picking up 3. James Caldwell picking up 3. The opening bowlers today for the Islanders picking up plenty of wickets. Kalatia, he can bowl one more if the captain so desires. See if he can pick up his Michelle. Mini Whack's going to continue though. He's got 2 for 12 off 6. Both Pranch and Zane with an econ rate of 2. Kalatia 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 14. Zane Amini 6 overs so far. Will bowl the 7th now. 1 maiden, 2 for 12. How's that? 13 overs, 26 runs, 6 wickets. Opening bowlers 6 for 26 off 13. Here's Zane. Keshav on strike. Dots back to the bowler. To be honest, I don't know much about Mohammad Shawad Sadiq's batting, but you'd think perhaps Keshav needs to farm the strike a fair bit at the moment, given that, at least by the batting order, he's been given the nod as a higher order batter. Pushes through mid-wicket. This could be a run out though. Direct hit was gone. Walker not able to get the ball down low enough to hit the stumps on the pick-up throw in one action. Keshav will move to 16. No farming the strike, it would seem. The number 9 moves to 16. Sadiq looking to get his first runs. Zane looking to finish this innings off. And nicely played by Sadiq. Tries to get through the Yorker. Sadiq up to the challenge though. And dot that one out as well to finish off the over. Just a single coming from it. Tigers 115 for 9. 12 overs left in the 50 overs. Just one more wicket for the Islanders to wrap this up. Okay, first time we've seen anyone bowl 8 overs in the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Star Series for 2025. It will be Pranch Kalatia. He has 6 legal deliveries left to try to pick up his Michelle Pfeiffer. Deserve it if he can. Oh, guides that one through gully. Now he's farming the strike. He decides he does not want a single there. There was definitely a single on offer. trying to drive. Four balls left. Can Branch get himself a Michelle Pfeiffer? 7.2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 14. Both Zane and Branch have got their econs under 2, but Mini Whack can't bowl anymore now. He's bowled out. Nice straight bat. Just frustrating Kalatia. So what do the Islanders, if the Tigers survive this over, do next? Do they bring Abuzar Ali back for one more? Otis has got 3 available as well. Caldwell with 3. Walker's only bowled 2 overs today. And both Avia and Forward could bowl 3 more. I'll have to make a decision. Captain Krish Bhutani, and decide who he's going to bowl from the Victoria Harbour end after these final couple of deliveries. Or maybe Branch can just finish this off and then the captain doesn't need to make any decisions at all. I'll have to re-bowl that one. Dab down poke will not be able to beat Zane at backward point. Here we go. He's got 1 ball left. Can he find the wicket? Whatever it will be, it'll be a fabulous bowling spell. Just a matter of 4 or 5 wickets for Branch Kalatia today. Oh, he's going to have to re-bowl that one as well. So we'll build up the excitement one more time. 9 plus 1. Tigers will take it. They'll be happy. Another 2 runs in the books. But it does put Mohammad Shawaid Sadiq on strike instead of Keshav, who refused to take the single off the first ball. Oh, very nice straight bat. Just to not allow the Michelle Pfeiffer for Branch Kalatia, but what a spell it's been. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 17. Econ rated 2.12, combining with Zain Amini. 15 overs between them, 30 runs, 6 wickets. An econ of 2 between the two, so we'll see a change in bowling. It is Abuzar Ali. He's going to bowl his final over today. Let's have a look at his figures so far for Abuzar Ali Mohammed. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. 29 dot balls. That's something I should mention about Branch Kalatia and Zain Amini. 15 overs, 77 dot balls for the 2 opening bowlers. That's ridiculous. 3 wides apiece is what ruined the figures, if you could say they were ruined. It was Ali 29 dot balls off 6 overs. Yet to get in the wicket column though. He's got a chance. Keshav Mathur on strike. I wonder if they'll bring Otis on again from the Argyle Street end next over. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. The only bowler today for the Hong Kong Islanders not to register an extra. A bowling infringement extra, that is. No wides, no balls for Otis. Ali's had a couple of wides. And just one no ball today. That 27 at the moment for the extras, second top scorer. Using the wrists, but having to get down on it late there, Keshav. Another single in the books. Extras really helping along the score for the Tigers. 120 now in the books. Another tidy over. Amazar Ali's got one more ball left to see if he can't get in the wicket columns today. Sadiq just happy to watch that one float on by. So he's bowled out now. Amazar Ali, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. Made it to the 40 over mark at least, the New Territories Tigers. They're 120 for 9 with 10 overs remaining. It will be Otis Lee back into the attack, as we expected. He's been very tidy so far today. 4 overs for Otis, 1 for 9. Umpire John Prakash just signalling final power play with 10 overs remaining. Keshav on strike, 17 off 50. Some changes being made in the field. So James Caldwell back out there in the middle. Probably been brought back in because he might need to bowl from the other end. Otis starting with a wide. It's his first infringement. We said he was the only bowler today for the Hong Kong Islanders that hadn't bowled an extra. Now he has. Cut away down to deep third. Walker will keep it to 1. That will bring Sadiq back on strike, looking to get off the mark. Not even sure he's looking to get off the mark, to be honest. He's looking to survive and keep Keshav out there to try to find some runs. He'll take a run if he can find it. So far, none off 9. Which means it's an 8 off 20 ball partnership. Bit of extra bounce this time from Otis. Zips it through for a dot. In that first spell, Otis got into a little bit of trouble running into the protected area. Umpire Prakash is just keeping an eye on that at the moment. Can't find any runs forward of square either. Sadiq just picking up dot balls. start from Lee. Can the Tigers frustrate the Islanders here and bat out the next 9.5 overs? Well, they've restricted them to a pretty low score at the moment. They can bat out the next 9.5. Put on another 10, 15 runs, get it up towards the 150 mark. And that would be frustrating after the Islanders were all over the Tigers early. It's one of those things, you know, look at the scoreboard, and if you take emotion out of it, Islanders will go, we've done really well here. But if you have to sit out there for 15 overs or so and only take 1 or 2 wickets, it can be a little depressing. Short, pulled. Nice work from Sadiq. He's going to get runs. He's finally going to get off the mark. Almost busted knee there from Avir Thacker as he... So Sadiq gets off the mark with a nice 2 through cow corner. I can go back to full-time commentary as Hasib returns to broadcast. Coming off a long run up here, Otis. He bowled a few short, that he picked up that 1 wicket. I think he might have to re-bowl that one, is it? No, that's a dot. They tried to bring it out of the back of the hand and did so nicely. End of the over. 9 overs remaining, 41 done. The Tigers 124 for 9. Forward Asad Khan back into the attack from the Victoria Harbour end. Let me have a look at his figures today for forward. I know he's been really tidy. 4 overs, 1 for 10, 19 dot balls, taken for 1-4, just the 1 wide as well. It was hard to play in those middle overs. He ended up getting the biggest wicket of the day, the biggest fish of the day, getting Seth Pereira out LBW. Oh, Ariel up and over the top of the circle. He's going to go for 4. That's what's going to happen right here. Aggression straight up off the bat. Keshav Manta. That's his first boundary of the day, and it was a nice one. This one's live, picked off the toes. He'll take at least 1. Should only be 1. Is only 1. Who's out there then? Rayan Shakil back on the ground as well. He's out at deep square. Sadiq got off the mark with that nice 2. Chops down on the Yorker length of delivery from forward. And they're going to chance it here. Oh, that was miles gone. Krish Bhutani with the shy at the stumps. Keshav, I think he's hurt himself here as well on the dive. The dive was unnecessary because if it had hit the stumps, he was well gone. And they survive. Sadiq gets his 3rd, score up to 130. Starting to get annoying for the Islanders. They can't seem to break this final wicket partnership. 16-run partnership now between Keshav and Sadiq. They've put cover out in the deep now. Caldwell out at long off. That's just the 1. But it is another valuable one. Remember the Islanders, when they batted trying to chase that 141 for victory on Monday, were in a lot of trouble early. was just one partnership that got them done, so Tigers will fancy a chance if they can get this score up to around 150. That's the end of another over. How many are done, Hasib? 42. 131 for 9. Otis is going to continue. Will Hilly? Yes, he will. Bowl 6th. By the count that I'm doing, if this goes the full 50, that will leave... This is the 43rd, so Otis will bowl the 43rd and 45th, leaving Caldwell to bowl 47th and 49th from the Argyle Street end. And they can still bowl the Veer. James from the Victoria Harbour end. Otis to Sadiq. Wants the dab, but Zane is there. Mini Wax almost fielding in big Wax position now, backward point. There he always fields Marcus Bucker, well, 99% of the time. Then I was watching the T20I 3rd versus 4th final when he was taking catches at long on, which I don't think I've ever seen Marcus fielding down there, but wherever he fields, he's very, very good. Well, the New Territories Tigers under 16s version have done better than the under 13s version over at PKVR Reservoir. Well chopped out there by Keshav. In the under 13s game going on against the Kowloon Lions, the Tigers bowled out in 32.4 for 139. So they currently scored more than their elder brethren, 139 for 10. Tigers, and that's a 40 over game. This is a 50 over game, 131 for 9 in the 43rd of the New Territory Tigers. Full toss, almost pops it straight back to Otis though. Lucky. Missed out, should have been dispatched, but almost caught and bowled. Well, we've seen a caught and bowled go down and a catch go down as well, and the field. Otis Lee's probably the best fielder out there. If you give him a chance, a caught and bolt, it's likely to be snaffled, but survives. Keshav this time keeps it along the ground to backward point. Otis on track to pick up a 3rd maiden in his 6 overs. How's that for dot ball pressure? It's happened a few times today for Otis. He's just not comfortable. He'll go back to his mark. It's wise. You don't want to just try to bowl it, even if you're not feeling it. It's the right run up. Go back, reset. Plenty of time. Flicked away. That's 4 runs. Valuable runs. Keshav picks up another boundary, ruins what would have been another maiden for Otis Lee. 43 overs done, 7 remain. Tigers 135 for 9. Have a look at this one on the replay. Picked that one off just outside leg. It's a good Yorker length, but just the line was straying. Beautifully played for a 4. Keshav with 2 boundaries recently, moving to 28. Forward, Asad Khan. Going to bowl a 6th here. Again, staying a little low, but well navigated. And once again, Sadiq's done well, coming in at number 11, picking up his 19th delivery for just 3 runs, 1, 2 and a single, so he's only scored that's 17 dot balls he's seen off, make it 18. He pushes that one to Zane at mid-wicket. Sadiq wanting a single. No interest from Keshav. This would be a mammoth effort if the Tigers can bat the full 50. Remembering they were 25 for 5 in the 15th. The first 5 wickets scoring 25, and the second 5 so far scored 110. Well, only 4 wickets. Putting pressure on Amini, and does well. Takes the single. And another final delivery run, ruining a chance of a maiden. Farmad Asad Khan, 6 overs, 1 for 18 so far. Is Otis going to bowl a 7th? Or is James Caldwell going to come into the attack? That's going to be the question. Looks like Caldwell's heading that way, but Otis is taking the hat off, so maybe they're just talking about what's happening in overs to come, because Otis is going to bowl out here. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. While he goes back to his mark, I did want to run through the dot balls today for the Islanders. Pranch with his 8 overs, 41 of 48 deliveries were dots. Zane with 36 of 42 deliveries as dots. Otis so far, 29 dot balls in 36 deliveries. Abuzar Ali, 42 deliveries bowled for 34 dots, and forward Asad Khan has bowled 36 deliveries for 26 dots. That's some good dot ball pressure from the Hong Kong Islanders. Otis to bowl out here. Fine runs backward of square. Actually gets through. Zane. Walker comes around. No damage done though. Just a single. 23-run partnership for this right to the tip of the tail of the Tiger. Still wagging. Let's see if we survive this over. We'll throw up the partnerships. See the tail of the tape after being 25 for 5. Effort ball, but again, dabbing through gully. They're going to come back on the arm of Zane this time. Good running. Another couple in the books. I've said it before, but this must be frustrating for the Hong Kong Islanders. Late runs and tails wagging. Just annoying. Keshav's got himself up to second top scorer now, going past extras. 30 of 61. Scooped, hit hard, but straight to Abuzar Ali. That was smoked. Shame he picked out the mid-off fielder. No ball. Nasty. No ball. 4 byes. Free hit. And 5 extra runs. And a free hit coming up for Keshav Mehta. Arm went out very quickly by square leg umpire / coach Zendan Versta. As the school bell rings, just ticked over at midday on my phone as well. Here comes the free hit. And swings hard. Just dribbles to Bisht. Going to get a run on the overthrow. This could be dangerous, so Walker's got a good arm. Oh, safely back. A direct hit would have asked questions of sending it square leg, as it was. Come back for 2 on the free hit and pushing up towards the 150 mark. So now it's the highest score so far in the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Star Series for 2025. 146 on the board, going past the 140 and 141 scored in game 1. Of course, the Islanders could have scored more if they needed to chase more. They only lost 5 wickets, but that's cricket. At the moment, the Tigers have the top score of the series. And rolling the wrist over on that one a little bit from Otis. Driven nicely, but straight to the field. Otis is done here. Bowled his 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. 5 overs remain. 146 for 9, the Tigers. Hasib, hit me with some partnerships, my friend. Here we go. The Tigers partnerships, and look at that. They were 5 for 25. Then the partnerships came, a 27-run partnership. Then a 53-run partnership between Pereira and Keshav. And now a 32. So the second best partnership of the day coming for the very final wicket as the tail wags for the Tigers. Forward Asad Khan's going to bowl out here now. Into a 7th over. 6 overs, 1 for 18. So my money's on James Caldwell to take the ball from the Argyle Street end. And perhaps James Walker, only been used for 2 overs today. Or Avir. Remember, Avir got punished in that first over. Walker's been tidy, but only bowled 2. That's it. That's well down leg. But another dot to forward. Incon rate under 3 now. What's the run rate today? Hasib? 3.23. All runs onto the leg side. I'll just take 1. Sadiq will pick up another one. 150 on the cards, 160. A chance as well. Depends on how Keshav wants to play this. Last few overs might swing the bat and put heaps on. He's swinging hard at the moment. Beats Walker. Won't beat Caldwell in the deep, coming around from long off. Nicely covered. Just a single. Again, easy runs on the leg side. Could be 2 if they push hard here. Even said no, stopped and still got back for 2. So there was definitely 2 in that one. Sadiq wasn't confident, but Keshav was coming. 150 up for the Tigers now. Fabulous effort from 5 for 25. Oh, another mix-up, but they've bit of a mix-up in the field as well, allows another single. Overdone. 4 overs remain. 151 for 9. The Tigers bringing up the 150. There is James Caldwell. He's got a ball in hand, and he's going to head down to the Argyle Street end as expected. Bowl the final 2 overs from that end if required. What's James's figures so far today, Hasib? 4 overs, 1 for 20. A little more expensive than others. But he did get the big wicket of Max Cornell, who was out there for a very long time early on. What's that strike rate for Sadiq? About 33.3. That's what I like to see from a tail ender. Saw that in game one as well. Naveed coming in at number 10 or 11, picking up lots of dot balls, batting like the top order should have. Can Caldwell pick up a second and finish this innings off? Was right on off stump. Pushed it onto the offside. That's going to be another extra in the books for that one. Innings break done here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground in Game 2 of the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Star Series. Aaron Bush with you. Tigers with 153 on the board, thanks to a 40 from Seth Pereira, 33 from Keshav Matha, and a 22 from the opener Max Cornell. So the Islanders looking for a second win from 2 games, heading out to bat, needing 154 for victory. As the Tigers are also out in the middle, looking to defend and get a first win in Game 1 for them. No changes in the opening batters for the Islanders, with Viraj Rao and Atava Bisht heading out to the middle. And it's going to be Luke Bratton, it looks like, to open the bowling for the Tigers from the Argyle Street end. Will Walsh, the captain of the Tigers, there with the gloves on. Wicket-keeper duties for him. We'll be moving his field around from behind the stumps. Said Luke Bratton to open the bowling. Look around and figure out where everybody is. First time seeing the Tigers out in the field, so a learning curve for all of us in broadcast. It's going to be Bisht on strike. Viraj Rao at the non-striker's end. Deep third. Fine leg. A fly gully slip. You can see there on screen to the left. Quite wide. A backward point. Cover quite deep on the edge of the circle. An extra cover in closer in a catching position. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket. And round out the fielding positions. See if we can figure out where everyone is. Arnav Gudumela is the first one I can spot, is at the mid-wicket position. Ready to get underway. Strays on to the hips, and it's going to be a boundary to start with. The fine leg not able to get backward of square in time. And first runs for the Islanders in this run chase. Now tell you, Zoyan Sheikh is the deep fine leg, going a little wider now. Dabs trying to go backward a point, can't beat the point fielder. The point fielder today, Pratham Maru. Fly slip now into a traditional slip, straying down leg this time. Maybe capping just a touch of pad in that one, saving the extra. Seth Pereira is the man in slip today, at the moment at least. And not for the first time today. Can run up, getting out of whack. Game 1 it was more from the Victoria Harbour end. Today it's been mostly from the Argyle Street end. just having a little bit of issues in the first over, getting the run up right. Didn't see Luke with the bat, one of the designated bowlers today for the Tigers, along with Ramir Singhal. Thought about feathering the bat at it, and it's got through. Get through for a bye here. And with the rotation of the batters, and rotation in the field, left-right combo to start with. Viraj Rao now on strike. Five runs coming from the first. Islanders needing another 149 from here. We'll see if we can roll the replay on that LBW appeal on the final delivery. Once we get confirmation on who's going to bowl over number 2 for our computer system. It's going to be Sadiq to bowl over number 2. Mohammed Sadiq coming on from the Victoria Harbour end. While Sadiq picks up his mark, we'll see if we get a replay on that final delivery. LBW decision turned down by umpire John Prakash. That's awfully close, but it might have been nipping down the leg side. Benefit of the doubt for the batters early on, as is the law. It was a good delivery from Bratton to finish off the over. Sadiq, my man who dotted out at number 11, is going to open the bowling from the Victoria Harbour end. Starts a little bit wide, but inside the trams. It's a deep third, but no fine leg. It's interesting. Looks like just, no, they've got a deep square. That's why they've pulled fine leg inside the circle. Is that in the call of no ball? It certainly is. So a free hit coming up. It's a nice little gift for Atava Bisht. He's already got a boundary to his name. And another overstep after the overstep. So have to remark that one out for Sadiq. Hi, John Prakash, just showing where that front foot was. And gets away with it in the end after back-to-back no balls. Doesn't carry through to Walsh there. So Sat Pereira still in first slip, and they got Pratamaru at a backward point. Asif Jahinga at extra cover, and then mid on, mid off, mid wicket, deep square leg, and the short backward leg inside the circle onto the thigh pad to the very tall Atava Bisht. Signalled early by umpire John. Height was the issue there. Guides that backward a point, beats the backward point though. Two chasing it, it's going to pull up inside the boundary. Oh, they almost kick it over the boundary. Trying to combine, Jahinga gets there in the end. Jahinga coming around from cover. Pratamaru coming from around backward point through that deep point region. I think he got a boot on it and it almost kicked over the ropes, even though it was going to stop inside. But as it is, just in for a 2. Another no ball. Something I've noticed watching side on for Sadiq. His back foot is almost in line with the stumps, which means the overstep's very easy. It means to just move back a foot. So 2 free hits, nothing happening. What happens with the third? Lofted and nicely played through extra cover. Again, Jahinga can't cut this one off this time, and it's going to be a second boundary to Bisht. Good start to the run chase for the Hong Kong Islanders. And a long over comes to an end. Nine runs coming from the second. Islanders 14. The loss of no wicket. Needing another 140 from here in 48. Bish farming most of the strikes so far. 16 deliveries. Oh, that's dangerous. No ball. Umpire / coach Azaz Khan at square leg. That one's hit him. Luke comes down to apologise. So it's going to be yet another no ball free hit. Got him right on the arm. Tall bowler that Luke Bratton is as well. Towers over umpire John Prakash, who's not short. Also notification, one over the shoulder. One dangerous ball, I think, would be what the notification is. It's pointing to the shoulder, but basically Luke's getting told if he bowls another one of them, he'll be tossed out of the game for bowling. Captain Will Walsh comes down, having a little chat with his bowler. Well, Vish gets some treatment, a bit of spray on the arm. Okay, free hit coming up. Will headers back into his keeping position. Obviously the fielding positions cannot change. Blistering start so far for the Islanders, looking to pick up their second victory. Had a bit of a collapse early on in game one. It's a good ball for the no ball. The extras continue to pile up. Even with the no ball, just 2 runs coming from the third. 16 for the loss of no wicket for the Islanders, needing a 138 from here. You can see on screen. Run rate required. Not too difficult. Current run rate pretty good. It's going to be all about keeping wickets. After struggling with his run-up, Sadiq's not going to continue. And it's going to be Tilakanayaka to bowl over number 4 for the New Territories Tigers. Onto the leg offside, and there's 3 converging to pick that one up. And that's a more confident appeal. Denied. Let's have a look on the replay. Allowed appeal. Angle might have been an issue. Let's see if we can pull that one up in the over break instead. Going to run on the arm here. Direct hit is out. That was not a direct hit. It was a little wild. I think it was Pratamaru. He's been at point for most of the day. And he had the one stump to aim at, but he went closer to hitting Will Walsh. Here's a replay of that LBW appeal. Pitched outside off. Didn't look like it did look like it was tapering back in. Survives anyway. Oh, good ball. Can't find the edge. And again, that channel outside that off stump for the right-hander can have a bit of low bounce. Will set a fair way back for his quicks. Change of angle. Going over the wicket. And again past the outside edge, and again not carrying through to Walsh. Pasan Nimsara to Likanayaka. Tidy start with the ball remaining. Effort ball, finish off. 2 runs coming from the 4th. Hong Kong Islanders 18 for the loss of no wicket, needing 136 from here. Run rate required 2.96. Current run rate 4.5. These two were out cheaply in game 1 of the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Stars Series. Bisht was out, caught behind for 2, and Viraj Rao out LBW for 2. Remember in that game, they were in trouble. They were 50 for 4. But in the end, they won by 5 wickets. Change of ends, it looks like, for Sadiq. Might have more luck with the run-up from the Argyle Street end. Thought Bratton had bowled quite nicely for just 2 overs, but he's been rested unless he's being rotated. Then again, Tilakanayaka bowled very nicely as well. Mohammad Shoaib Sadiq going for 9 in his first and included 3 no balls. Viraj Rao on strike. Very watchful, pushes to mid-off. There it is, Tilakanayaka waiting. Short, pulled over in the air, and the catch is taken. Luke Bratton sitting at square leg takes an easy catch, and the first wicket falls. It is Viraj Rao out for 2 again. Islanders lose their first on 18. Thought it was going to clear, trying to go over the top of square, but picked out one of the tallest, if not the tallest player on the field. And looks like Luke Bratton with an easy catch to dismiss the wicketkeeper Viraj Rao for 2. And the good little opening stance comes to an end on 18. The captain will come to the crease at number 3, Krish Bhutani. Captain Krish heads to the middle to join Atava Bisht. See if they can't chase down these remaining 136 runs for victory, but just what the Tigers needed. These 2 in the middle were looking set, lured in. We saw that happen in the first innings as well. Otis Lee dropping 1 in short and picking up a wicket, and it was Bisht that took that catch. There he is on screen, number 18. Seth Pereira there at a fly gully now, not really in a slip position. Perhaps a plan. Sadiq picks up his first after changing ends. Tip and run stuff from Krish. Easy first single on the leg side. I talk about whether it was a plan because obviously Will Walsh from Caroline Cricket Club plays a lot of cricket with Krish. Two captains from KCC. Maybe he's aware that Krish may be a little vulnerable dabbing it to the fly gully region. They're continuing in the same position for Atava Bisht. Rolling the changes elsewhere though. Where's Luke going? Into short backward leg inside the circle. They've got a deep square as well. Zayan Sheikh. So no fine leg outside the circle. And deep third is the other one. That's a big appeal. Sadiq wants it. He's down on his knees. Pleading, begging. Here we go on the replay. How close was this one? Well, it's hitting him outside the line of off. Sadiq didn't believe so though. Hands and knees beg. I like the appeal. Even though it wasn't out, the intent and the intensity was there for Sadiq. Onto the toes, and now with that fine leg inside the circle, work to do for Bratton. He's not going to get there. 4 runs. Straight onto the toes this time. The decision was made to move Zayan Sheikh away from fine leg outside the circle and push him to deep square. So straying onto the leg stump, nice and fine. 4 runs. Fish, blistering start, 14 off 23. See, he bats well outside leg, but then he comes across, trying to cover all angles. Will up to the stumps. Put a bit of pressure on. No ball. Doesn't matter which end he's at. Sadiq can find a way to overstep. They rotated so the field can change for this free hit, but it is going to be Krish Bhutani who gets it and is probably going to enjoy this one. It's the 4th no ball for Sadiq. Even though he's got the wicket though. A little expensive in the extras column. Strays down leg.
Watch away, no extras, boy.
I want to pick up the voice of Zayan Sheikh on our effects microphone. He's out of deep square. Saying a bit like what I was saying. No extras, boys, no extras. Extras were a good thing for the Tigers. It's 3rd top scorer. There's the free hit, up and over the infield. 1 bounce over the ropes through cow corner for 4. That's what Krish can do, especially if you give him the freedom to swing. Tilakanayaka is going to bowl a second. Liked his first over. Just the 2 runs coming from it. Saving plenty of overs for Luke Bratton then. Wonder with all the oversteps whether Sadiq might have to have a break. Just got some sad news. One of the Islanders players is heading home. Bit of heat stroke. It is very warm out there in the middle. So there'll be a change in the batters for them. It's the beauty of the 13-man squad. We can do that. Yeah, 26.3 degrees at the moment here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground and 64% humidity. Remember that the Tigers pushed them all the way into the 47th over, so it was a long time out in the field. Squeezes that one to Maru at point. Now it's going to be another boundary. Visht barreling along 19 now. Picking it off outside leg. No one in the deep. And it's going to make some changes. Again, Seth Pereira comes out of slip, goes to square leg. Calls a catch. It's just wide of the left hand of Pratamaru. Sadiq at deep third. Keeps it to 1. Nice front foot forward for Krish. See his mum watching on from the parents' tent. She often is with the 2 boys, Krish and Rishi, always playing a lot of cricket. Lots of support from the parents. Five runs coming from the over. 6 done. 36 for 1. And they are rotating through the bowlers here, are they? Looks like Luke's going to bowl again. Luke Bratton back into the attack. 2 overs to start with. Sadiq getting a wicket but expensive, going for 22 in 2. Bratton 2 overs, none for 6 so far. Starts down the leg side, another extra in the books for the Islanders. Extra's already up to 10 now, surprisingly. No balls outscoring wides so far. Also remember, Luke's on a warning as well after a fast full toss over waist height. Late dab down, goes down to deep third. Actually backward point, gets there first. Tries to flick off the pads again. Another one down the leg side. Full toss, straight to Sadiq. And very good running. Allows them to get through. Oh, swatted. One bounce again over the ropes for 4. Powerful hitting from Atava Bisht. He gets to the quarter century mark with another boundary. Looks like the Islanders are in a hurry to get home today. Moving to 44 already. Picked that one up outside off and yoinked it through mid-wicket. Want a comparison of where the two teams were at this exact ball. New Territories Tigers were 16 for 4. Islanders 44 for 1. This time eased off the pads, beats Pereira. Can Sheikh get around and pick it up? It's going to stop before he gets there anyway. That'll come back for another 2. Didn't get a start in game 1, but Bish powering along today. Already had 1 half-century from an Islander in game 1, Ewan Tan. Can Bish become the second one in the 2025 Caravel Foundation All-Stars Series for under 16s? 23 away. Then yes, very watchful. I'm liking it. It's not just going big all the time. Gets the good ball, plays the good ball. One ball left of the 7th. The Islanders just a boundary away from the half-century mark. That's going to add to the total and have to be re-bowled. Picks that one up off stump and smashes it through mid-on for 4. So they do bring up the half-century. They only needed the boundary. They get the boundary. 51 for 1 after 7. They're going to push for 2 and a bit of a misfield. No, they're not going to take the 2 in the end. They probably could have on the arm, but play the safe game to start with. Again, putting some pressure on the field. A little bit of a misfield from Nirav allows them to get through safely. Another extra. Runs coming from every ball so far of Tilakanayaka's, what is it, 3rd over. Partnership up to 38 already. Off the toes. They're going to push on the arm of Bratton. Good running. Another single. On track to have a 7-run over here. Going to be 8 or 9 run over perhaps. Walsh trying to exact the run out, but they're going to get a wide +1. Krish eases that one onto the leg side. Those singles and extras forming a big over there. Krish will retain strike as he moves to, it's at 10 now for Patani. 9 runs coming from the 8th. 42-run partnership between these two out in the middle after 8. Islanders 60 for 1, needing another 94. Comparison time. How about we put the worm up here, Hasib? But it'll be an ugly worm for the Tigers fans. Look at that. 16 for 4 at this point. The Tigers, and the green line with only the 1 dot has gone skyward. They're going to try to chase it down quickly. Not sure what's going on here. There's some drinks being run out. Change something. I mean, it is hot work out there for Bisht. 33 off 35. Change your bowling. Going to see some spin for the Tigers with Wasif Jahangir into the attack. Bowling from the danger Argyle Street end as well. Oh, some nice turn on offer there for Wasif to start off with. See if the setup's coming with a heap that turn away and then one that comes back in. That one turned away as well. They can find a single. Drag that one down leg. Sent back quickly. Nurav Nandwani onto it. Wrong one, that one a bit too short to trouble best. There's 2 runs coming from Jahangir's first, 9 done. Islanders 62 for 1. They need another 92 from here. Looking very comfortable at the moment. Pasan Insara Tulakanayaka to bowl a 4th over here. Went for singles and extras off every delivery last over. And do the Tigers need to tighten up the field perhaps? Stop the easy singles. Seems they're doing so. Offside. Point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Square leg, mid-wicket and a wide-ish mid-on. Good delivery right on the toes. Well navigated by Krish. Lofted, but going to pick the gap nicely. Sheikh trying to chase that one down. He will get there. And pick up. Back for 2. Nicely placed by Krish. Used a bit of bottom hand to clear that infield. It's never going to trouble the fielders for a catch. About 10 minutes to the drinks break here, and it's been a good first session in the second innings for the Islanders. Can the Tigers find a wicket before the drinks break? Ricochet off the knee. That square leg allows them to get through for another single. It was very, very hot earlier on, but a little bit of cloud covers snuck across the ground. A bit of a breeze. It's quite nice now. good cricket conditions. And calls a catch it. It's lofted again, but picks the gap. And again, it's Zayan Sheikh who has to chase it down. Just one this time. Good piece of fielding. Good arm. Both Krish and Vish not scared to go aerial. Up to the stumps for Walsh. A pair of hands he has. That ball would have rounded out the power play, but another one no good with the run up, back to the mark. So one ball left to the power play. Still the comparison pretty ugly. Tigers 19 for 4 after 9.5. Sitting pretty. The Islanders. And that's driven beautifully through the covers. Won't make the boundary. Run on the arm of Jahangir. Come back for 2 to finish it off. So the power play is done. And it's 68 for 1 for the Islanders, needing another 86 in the final 40. 50-run partnership up with that 2 as well. 50 of just 35 deliveries. Pretty even. Lots of extras in there. Of course, 40 runs off the bat. 10 extras. 50 runs in 35. So still 8 minutes to go to the drinks break. And Islanders sitting pretty. 68 for 1. We'll see if Jahangir to continue from the Argyle Street end. Only 2 runs coming from his first. One of those an extra. And more dots. Once again, an over just with a 1 single and a wide so far for Wasif. And they're going to push. That's good. And beats the mid-wicket, so Bratton out in the deep. Can't stop that either. Fish to 39. Seventh for Tava Bisht. Beats the infield of Nirav Nadwani. And then Luke Bratton trying to chase it around from deep square leg. Unsuccessful. overdone. 7 coming from it. 11 overs in, 75 for 1. Same time, the Tigers, 19 for 4. It's when all those maidens were being bowled. Looks like Nirav Nadwani is going to have a bowl. The youngster from KCC giving the duties from the Victoria Harbour end. His brother playing for the Kowloon Lions, Nirvan. Nirav on display today. If you're tuning in and you like to tune in each day, we've got a bit of an update coming. There's no under-16s game tomorrow as scheduled. Looks like that's going to get pushed back and everything's going to get pushed back. So Hasib and I, we're going to pack up and go to PKVR Reservoir tomorrow and call an under-13s game instead, because we haven't had a chance to call one this 2025 Caravel Foundation All-Star Series. So we might head out there tomorrow since no game here at Mission Road. Starts with a nice loopy left arm. Immediately my favourite bowler, bowling left arm, and slow like me. Better than me, of course. Nirav may be the first bowler I've seen that bowls the same as me, the left arm leg spin. We're a rare breed. I'll push on the fielding of Prathamaru and find a single. Yep, Nirav's now rocketed to the top of my all-time favourite All-Stars bowlers for the 2025 season. Apologies to everyone else. Commentator's favourite. Better action than me as well, and more control. Oh, look at that for flight. Perfect. Bish being watchful. Wonder if they perhaps should have a slip in place as well. And they've got catching mid-wicket and extra cover. Bit shorter. There is the mid-wicket. That's a good piece of fielding. That was a stinger. I think it's Sadiq there. Very good fielding as it was crunched to him. And a nice flatter, faster one. Finishes off a very tidy over, just a single coming from the lefty. After 12, Islanders 76 for 1. I'm going to squeeze in one more over here, I think, before the drinks break. And it's going to be Wasif to continue. Confirmation, final over before the drinks break. And the Islanders right on top. They're just one run away from the halfway mark. We're only 12 overs in. Tigers need to find a wicket, break this big partnership. That's full. And Sadiq is going to pick that one up. Out at long on. Lucky, just gets away with a single for the full toss. And they're going to find a run. Going to run on the arm of Nirav, which is clever. Maybe Krish, since he plays so much cricket with him, knows Nirav had to pick that one up on the right and then try to transfer it to the left. So there was ample time to scramble through for a single. Straight to the backward point, fly gully region. So big calls of no from Bisht. No deep third in place, so Tilakanayaka's got a lot of work to do. No ball. No balls have been an issue for the Tigers today. Been plenty of them. It is the first one we've seen today of not on the pitch. So, here we go, free hit for Krish. And he's hit hard. Work to do for Sadiq, he can't stop that. Very lucky not to make it over the rope, it was hit so well, but just inside the boundary through Cal corner. Another 4 in the books. That's what happens. Good tidy bowling from Jahangir. Then gives up the no ball, so just allows Bhutani to swing the arms. This time he's not going to run because it's going to go to the left of Nandwani's hand, body, so he can pick up with the left. And that's going to be the drinks break here at Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground with the Hong Kong Islanders well on top. 83 for 1. They just need another 71. They've got 222 balls to do it in. A big 65-run partnership between Atava Bist and Krish Bhutani, getting the Islanders up to 83 for 1 after 13. Join us in 5 minutes' time for all the exciting action of the Caravel Foundation Under 16s All-Stars 2025. And the drinks break is done here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground for the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Star Series. Aaron Bush with you, with the Islanders well on top. 83 for 1, past the halfway mark in just 12 overs. 65-run partnership. Young Nirav Nandwani with the left arm to continue from the Victoria Harbour end. Just the single off his first. Waits on it. A punch. There's a big gap in that there, so it can get through for a single, but very good fielding in the deep. See if we can find out who that is. Let's give credit where credit's due. Seth Pereira. It was a deep mid-wicket, keeping it to 1. One just uses the feather with no slip in gully in place. Pratham Maru has to come around from backward point. So he can pick up another single. And again, dots it out as Bist comes forward. Captain Will Walsh is wanting Zayan Sheikh to come in off the circle at mid-off. Swings big and high, it's in the air, it's going to go all the way, it's a maximum as it goes sailing past the scoreboard. A big one for Bist to move to 47. First maximum of the day, and it's courtesy of the opener, Atava Bist. Picked it up well outside off and smashed it through cow corner. The slog sweep. Beautiful. Back live. Waits on this one. Almost carries to the catching mid-wicket position. Wouldn't want to get out on 47. He moves to 48. Yes, the Islanders looking for another big win here. 5-wicket victory in game 1. Staying a little low, but well navigated for another single for Chris. He'll retain strike. .93 for 1. 61 required. 10 runs coming from the 14th. Asif Jahangir to bowl a 4th. None for 16 so far. That second over from Nirav, having his figures ruined with 10 coming from it. He's now none for 11 off 2. And that's going to be another boundary as well. This time Bhatani. They do the bat slap. What's this partnership up to now, Hasib? 79. Outrageous. Biggest one we've seen is 85 by the Islanders in game 1. These two on track to surpass that. Picked that one up well outside off and crunched it through extra cover. Back live. Good ball. Beats everybody. By as it is. Opens the front leg and smashes it straight back past the bowler. The 100 up for the Islanders and a 50 up for Atava Best. Double milestone with a boundary. Gets a hug from his captain. 52 off 53. This is his 8th 4 to go with one maximum. Look at that. The timing on it perfect. Straight through. 2 straight to be cut off by the long on. End of another big over, 10 coming from the 15th, just like the 14th. As the Hong Kong Islanders are just 50 runs behind the Tigers' total score. They're 103 for 1, needing 51. 9 wickets in hand. Let's see Will Walsh signalling out into the deep. Keshav Mathur is on the field and he's being told to warm up. Both Keshav and Max Cornell were the first 2 to rest in the tent. Nerav to continue. Gets that on the full. Good piece of fielding there from Wasif. The hand down just in time. Looks like Max and Luke are the 2 in the dugout for the team in orange at the moment. So Luke going off and Keshav coming on. Have to do something here at the Tigers. Have to find a wicket. Have to break this partnership. Change of angle for Nerav going around the wicket.
Keep it there, boy. Keep it there.
Actually looked like trying to do a finger wrist spin, off spin that time from Nerav rather than his loopy leggies. I bowl my loopy leggies around the wicket in front of the umpire. Maybe getting a little psyched out here by these 2 as they're swinging big and trying to hit hard. Just need to maintain the faith on why you've been selected for the All-Stars. Putting a long on and long off in place as well. And comes forward, the big frame of Krish to get that one on the full for a single as well. And he moves to 30. Flatter, faster one. Might have a look at that one in the over break. I think that was awfully close to that off stump. And just dots out that delivery as well. And back to tidy. Just the 2 runs coming from the 16th. Let's have a look at the replay. This is the 5th delivery from Nerav. Well, it was the run-up of the 5th delivery. Keshav Mathur to come into the attack for the 17th over. He said he was warming up in the deep. Now he's got the ball in hand. Keshav Mathur is good with the bat. Can he get something done with the ball as well? Handy 33 off 68 batting, coming in at number 9. Now he's coming on to bowl in the 17th. With the Islanders needing just 49 more runs for victory. While he gets that set, See, let's have a look at the baby bowling cart while he keeps his... He's almost ready to bowl. So there's the bowling card so far. Starts with a full toss. Oh, he's lucky to get away with that as it smashes to Platinum Maru at mid-wicket. That one stung. You can see him shaking the hands off. As you can see the bowling, it's all been expensive so far today. Can Keshav make the difference? Pulls the length back on this one and then picks out extra cover. So back-to-back dots. But dots are not going to win it for the Tigers. They're going to need some wickets here. Once again to extra cover. Arnav Gudimala busy this over at the extra cover position. Got a cover point as well. Nice mid off, long on back on the ropes, which is not where that one's going. That's going to long off. And that again is just one bounce inside the ropes for 4. Bhutani with perfect timing picks it up. Knows that the long on's in place, so goes over the top of mid off for another boundary. 4-4 for Krish. Far too wide from Keshav. Easy pickings for the captain of the Islanders. Moves to 34. Again, gets through Gudimala. They put the long off in place this time. Thanks to 1. Well, it's the biggest partnership of the 2025 Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Stars. Going past the one of Ewan Tan and James Walker. It's into the 90s now, 92. As the over finishes, another big one. Well, just 5, not too big. I had that big 4, but the rest was reasonably tidy. 5 runs off the 17th. 110 on the board, 9 wickets in hand, 44 runs for victory. Nirav Nadwani to continue. Cheap in his first, just the single. Cheap in his third, just 2. Second one he'll probably want to forget about, which went for 10. At the moment, he's still got econ of 4.33, which compared to the rest of the bowlers is probably as good as it gets for the Tigers so far today. Can he generate a wicket? All the ones for the Islanders, 1-1-1 for 1. That one's the one that turned back in, but it was very wide. Mixing it up, there's some off spin, wrist spin, finger spin, leg spin. Keeping the batters on their toes at least. Bit short that one, punched hard. Shake out in the deep and keep it to 1. These 2 out of the middle for the Islanders know dots are not their enemy. They can sit out there and dot out 3/4 of an over every single over and still win this. Only 1.31 the required run rate. And there's always easy singles when you're covering the boundaries at long on and long off. So Krish will take a single. Retained strike. 3 runs coming from the 18th as the Islanders move to 113 for 1. That means they need another 41. If you're wondering how many legal deliveries that is, they need 41 off 192 deliveries. Keshav Mata to continue. Full toss again. Easy pickings down to Sadiq at long on. It's all got a bit flat after the drinks break here. And picks a gap through extra cover. Goody Muller comes around, mid-off position. I think I'm right in saying, Hasib, that now Atava Bisht has the highest score of the tournament, going past you and Tan's 55 not out. Ewan in the dugout for the Islanders. This rate won't be required. Their number 4 has had to go home ill, so they'll be making at least one change to the lineup from game 1. And it will need a number 4 to come out because finally the breakthrough happens. Keshav Mata gets the breakthrough, bowls Bisht for 56. The second wicket falls on 116. This was a very good delivery. Look at that. Getting it to grip and rip straight through the gate. A fine knock comes to an end. Gets to the highest score of the tournament and then has to depart. That's going to bring James Walker up the order with no Rayan Shaquille. So James will head out to the middle, hands off a drink of water. No, I thought he was going to pass it to Atava, but he's going to pass it to his captain instead. Finally, the Tigers could find a wicket, and numbers-wise, a bit heartbreaking. That wicket ending a 98-run partnership. They were 2 runs away from getting a 100-run partnership, but a cracking ball from Keshav Mata. His first over was a bit sloppy, but that was an absolute peach. He'll be able to clip that one up, put it on the Instagram reel. Deservedly so. We're going to ask if Hasib can roll that one again. I want to watch one more time. Okay. Don't cut out before we get to the ball. Oh, I fear it's going to. Yeah, it does. Anyway, we're on YouTube, so you can always just tap the left side of the screen and go back 5 seconds and watch it again. It's the beauty of YouTube. James Walker with a fabulous 29 not out in game 1, combining with Ewan Tan for that 85-run partnership to get them the victory in game 1. He's out there now with the captain. If Keshav Mata can bowl a few more of those, we might have a bit of a game on our hands. It's the straight one first up. And now the captain's putting some pressure on. Slip back in place. Stand-up punch on this one to extra cover. Well, that was a much needed over for the Tigers. 3 runs and a wicket coming in the 19th. Going to be a change in bowling. Caravel's going to have a break. Could be Ramir Singhal, number 2. One of the designated bowlers, along with Luke Bratton. Didn't get to see with the bat. First time we get to see him today, over number 20. Bringing Keshav on in the 17th has worked out for Will and the Tigers. So hopefully, for their sake, Ramir can get in the wickets as well. And Krish is still out there. He's on 39. And very much like to guide his team home, I'm sure. Only need 38 more. Okay, and put a deep square leg out. Fine leg and deep third. Tip and run, extra bounce, soft hands from Krish. Very nicely played. Takes the single, moves to 40. Walker cutting away onto the offside, straight to cover. They're asking their deep square leg to come in now for Walker. So just the 2 behind square out in the deep. We'll see Jahangir going into a nice close catching extra cover position, just off screen. Apologies, it's Zayan Sheikh in that position, which I should know because he's got orange shoes on. Makes him easy to pick out in the field. Bit of a wild throw to Max Cornell at mid-off. The ball almost runs all the way down to the boundary. It was a dead ball. And cut away nicely, beats Maru. Work to do for Seth Pereira. He does a beautiful slide in the deep. That's a great piece of fielding. That'll impress the coaches. Come back for 2. James gets off the mark. Seth is going to stay out in the deep now at a forward cover point region. Will mean easy singles between point and extra cover though. Onto the legs this time. Work to do for Nadwani. He's not going to get there from fine leg as that's beautifully played backward a square on the 45. First boundary for James Walker as the runs continue to pile on. .123 for 2. This is all about the timing and the placement. He was onto it quickly. That's how he managed to get it backward of square. Took the square leg completely out of the game. Races to 6 from 6 now, with 6 runs coming from the last 2 deliveries. 1 ball left on the 20th. 1-2-3 for 2. And that's where it will stay, so I get to say that again. 20 overs done. The Hong Kong Islanders 1-2-3-4-2, needing 31 more from here. The wicket man, Keshav Mata, to bowl a third. Big floating full one. Punched and 2 out in the field. Can they stop it? Oh, I think that's hit Sadiq in the head. Did stop it. Not so much with the hands or with the cranium. Anyway, it's just a 1. Want to get back for 2. They did get back for 2 off the ricochet. Krish up to 42 now. Tip and run onto the leg side. Make Shake come around from backward square. Moves to 43. For Walker, they're going to bring the long on and deep mid wicket in. Coming in, well, from cow corner almost. So they have a mid wicket and cow corner and mid on inside the circle. They're very tight. Yeah, they're going to move around now. That cow corner position going to a forward square. No fine leg though. Oh, big Yorker length. Could only chop that one out, James. The sun's back and it's very warm out in the middle again. Tries to use the wrist. They're going to run on the arm, put a bit of pressure on. I think if there wasn't a bobble, that's going to go for 4. No, they're not going to run on the overthrow. Krish had overran, that's why. I think without the bobble, Ramir Singhal might have been a chance of the direct hit and have Walker stranded, but just popped up on him when he tried to pick it up. And they went through. So with Krish back on strike, they're putting the cow corner position back out in the deep, which is Ramir Singhal. Plus Sadiq out at a wide-ish long on. Well, it's a drag down one into the thigh pad. So just 4 runs coming from the 21st. As the Islanders just keep moving their way towards victory. 127 for 2, needing another 27 from here. Walker on strike. Ramir Singhal to continue. Beats Shake in close. So Pereira's going to have to come all the way around off the boundary. Take another single. Bhutani back on strike on 43. 7 away from his half century. 26 more runs required. So plenty of runs required if he wants to get his half century. He can do it in singles, and currently is, as he moves to 44. I think we'll have to have that risk like we did in the heart attack with you and Tan. It was just 1 run for victory. That's a beautiful stroke again from Walker. Nobody out in the deep as he beats the square leg inside the circle. Picks up another boundary. Yeah, if you remember from game 1, we're all nervous after they bowled a wide with Tan on 49 and tied the scores. Another extra would have been left Tan stranded on 49, but he got a single off the last ball, got the victory. a good chance that Krish can do something similar today. Too far outside off. Run of all 12 for James Walker at the moment. Cut away on the offside. Pereira in the deep. Takes another single. Partnership up to 19 off just 18 deliveries. "19 off 18 is the partnership. 19 more required is the equation." 2 balls left of the 22nd. Bhutani back on strike on 44. Had to stretch at that one, got it off the toe of the bat. Tip and run stuff as Prathamaro comes around from point to pick that one up. Backward a point, takes the single, will retain strike, moves to 45. 32 done. The Islanders 136 for 2. They need 18 more from here. Changing bowling from the Argyle Street end with Zayan Sheikh to bowl the 23rd over. Remember, the Islanders in game 1 took 32.4 overs to chase down 141 for victory. They're at 136 for 2 after 22. Looking to do it even quicker today. Both sides of the off stump to the right-handers channel. There's just that low, uneven bounce. We saw that also throughout the international series last week. That's not a channel that bothers the batters too much, especially in the 50-over format, and they've got plenty of time. Let's toe of the bat onto the stumps, onto the pitch. Played through that one, Krish. No appeal from Will. He knew that was bat on turf. That one's right on the stumps, but it's also full, so he can take another single and move to 46. You can see a little angry with himself, Krish. Knew that was a full toss and should have got the treatment. Keeping it along the ground for a single, also wise, as there's no hurry here for the Islanders. They're going to notch up their second win from 2 games. And if you'd missed it earlier, update for the scheduling. There won't be a game tomorrow for the under-16s. I'm sure all the parents will be getting emails and notifications about the reasons why and what's going on there. Chance of a run out. No, good running again. Will mean that the only game on tomorrow is the under-13s Caravel Foundation All-Star Series match. No idea who's playing. I'll find out when I get off the bus up there at PKVR Reservoir. Whoever it is, we're going to call that game live with commentary. So tune into that one on Cricket Hong Kong China YouTube. Just 2 runs coming from Zoyan's first. 23 done, 138 for 2. 16 more runs required. Ramir Singhal to bowl a third, none for 16 so far in his first 2. Walker, another fine knock, another nice partnership, trying to guide the team home. Can just keep making the runs, not get out. Do his job for the Islanders. Cuts away hard, but straight to Murrow, but it bounces off his shoe, so they're going to take a single. Direct hit was gone. Probably unnecessary single, but the throw was wide. They survive. Well, James Walker survives. He was the one running to the danger end. Now Krish on 46. And he'll find a single on a bit of a misfield as well and move to 47. Dot ball back to Ramir here. Looking over towards the parents' tent, and there's 2 very eager parents, keen parents, and happy parents tuning in live, watching from the boundary side. Both James and Krish's mums over there watching on. As James takes another single. .29 not out, and his first knock for Walker. He's up to 16 not out down the non-striker's end in game 2.
Go on there.
They have to work hard again. Murrow with the throw too high this time. Keep putting the pressure on the field, taking the singles where they can. Tani moves to 48. You can see the parents, Bhutani and Walker, launching on each time they rotate the strike. More interest from one, perhaps, than the other, but they're taking singles back and forth here, so both watching on eagerly. It's going to be a single to James. He's going to retain strike at the end of the over. 443 for 2. 11 more runs required. Krish 2 runs away from his half century. Walker on strike on 17. Shake to continue from the Argyle Street end. Oh, a bit of a leading edge. In the end, it's going to get through the field and they'll get through for a single. Nothing going the Tigers' way today. It's not like the first innings where a few catches went down, caught and bowled and one out to cover point, but chances just haven't been generated by the Tigers today. It's just been very good batting. There's been a few that didn't go to a fielder that were in the air, but Drives hard. Will get a single off the rebound of the knee. Move to 49. He just managed to be half a metre either side of the fielder there. Chris would have brought up his half century. Begging appeal, and the decision in the end is out by John Prakash. That's the end of James Walker for 18. And right at the death, they lose their third on 145. Sheikh gets the breakthrough. LBW. It's hit him quite high. The rotation looked like, to the umpire at least, that the ball was going to go onto the stumps. Walker departs, and the half-century maker in game one comes out to join the man who should bring up a half-century. In this game, Ewan Tan joins the captain, Krish Bhutani. Just 9 more runs required. And there's the other man that's made a half-century. So it's, if Krish can get his single, it'll be those 3 in the photo. And Tava Bish running the drinks out after getting a half-century at the beginning of today's game. Player of the match in game one, Ewan Tan. Out to the middle at number 5. Still 2 balls remaining in this to get us to the halfway mark of the overs. Still inside first 25. As it stands, first time All-Stars junior version coach Zendon Verster for the Islanders is going to get 2 wins. So welcome to the Caravel Foundation Junior All-Stars, Zendon, and your team looking strong in the 2025 version. There'll be work to do and things to think about for both the Tigers and the Kowloon Lions, who were supposed to meet tomorrow, but I believe that game's getting shuffled to Monday. Shake to Ewan Tan. It's a little bit of shape in, outside off, but shouldered arms from Ewan. Happy to see that dot. Another appeal, but the appeal was probably trying to distract umpire John Prakash and didn't work. So there's 10 required, 8 required I should say. I'm losing count here. We're going to have another. Didn't think we were going to get to the point we were going to have another, but are we going to have another need to get a single off the final delivery of the game to get a half century? Ewan Tan did it in game one. That's going to be a dot, so that will leave Krish to be on strike next over and should be a chance to bring up his half century. But a successful over for the Tigers, a little bit too little too late. 3 runs. Change in bowling with Seth Pereira to come in. I don't think Seth's bowled today. I've used a lot of bowlers. I'm losing track. Nope, no overs for Seth yet. Good with the bat though, top scoring for the Tigers. 40 runs off Seth's bat. Not much runs left to defend. He can pick up a wicket or 2, I suppose. Krish Bhutani will be looking for a single here. Bring up his half century. Luke Bratton's back on the field, I see, as he runs across the screen just there. Blink and you'll miss him, but he's off. Is it square leg? Deep square leg? Yes, deep square leg. That was a big long run off the boundary. He's in place. And a gap. Oh, this is out. Ewan's got to be gone, surely. What does Azaz, the umpire, say? No? Yes? Oh, Ewan's walking, so I'm assuming it's out, but there was no signal from Azaz. But Ewan obviously felt he was well short. We'll get some confirmation on what just happened out there as Otis Lee comes to the crease at number 6. We'll have to have a talk to Azaz as square leg umpire. He says to raise that finger so us in broadcast know what's going on. Fear not, Krish Bhutani fans, what it says on screen is incorrect. It is Ewan Tan who is gone. Krish is at the non-striker's end and Otis Lee is out in the middle. There we go. Krish is back. Lucky his mum's watching on live, otherwise she might have had a heart attack about that. But no, it's okay. Fortunate mix-up, just didn't get far enough away from Will Walsh, who was very quick to get on it. So another wicket did fall off the bowling of Pereira. He doesn't get the wicket as it's a run out. That's another run. That means there's only 7 runs required. Krish is currently stranded down the non-striker's end on 49. Otis comes a long way forward with the front foot to smother. Gets it into the body as a bit of kick off the turf. And onto the thigh pad. Should be 2 in this one if they're pushing hard enough, but they are not. Otis happy to let Krish face a delivery and try to find a single. Just 6 runs required. 2 balls left to the 26th. Being a bit more careful, I'm sure, taking a single this time. Winds up hard in the air. It's got to go for runs. He's got his 50. It's a matter of how far. 4 runs to do it. A milestone boundary for Krish Bhutani. 53 off 61 deliveries, bringing it up with his 5th 4 of the innings. And that's the 2nd half century today for a Hong Kong Islander. Oh, another double milestone brought up by a boundary. The half century for Krish, and then the 150 for the Islanders as they get ready to cruise to victory here. And that should do it. As far as I'm aware, that coming back for 2 should get the win, and a big win it is for the Hong Kong Islanders in Game 2 of the Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Stars Series. 2 half centuries, chasing it down in ease, finishing it in 26. 6.5 overs quicker than they chased it down for 141 on Monday. So they get onto top of the table. 2 wins from 2 games. The Tigers in their first game go down and go down heavy. A 6-wicket victory for the Hong Kong Islanders. We'll have a look at the batting and bowling card. And 2 standouts, of course. Atava Bisht, 56. Top scorer so far in the tournament with that 56 off 65. Virat Rao was out early with a great catch from Luke Bratton. But the captain, Krish Bhutani, came to the crease and is not out. 53 off 62 deliveries. Had a good partnership with James Walker as well. And then a mix-up run out. Let Otis to come out the middle and let him finish off the game. The bowling card not so good for the Tigers. Just 3 wickets. And Sadiq getting one for Keshav Mata. That ball is one of the best I've seen, though. Can bowl more of them. He'll be in the wicket column a lot more in the Caravel Foundation All-Star Series. And a single wicket to Zayan Sheikh. Well, there you have it. Game 2 is done here from Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Another big victory for the Hong Kong Islanders. They win by 6 wickets over the New Territories Tigers. The under-16s format will be back from 9 a.m. on Friday. Tomorrow, only the under-13s game on out at PKVR Reservoir. We'll be heading out there to call that game. Make sure you tune in tomorrow morning from 9:20 a.m. on Cricket Hong Kong China YouTube. But until then, Aaron Bush signing off.